Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for stopping by. It's 12 p.m. on a Tuesday afternoon, at least out here in the beautiful Pacific Northwest. And you know what that means. It's time to spend the afternoon with Grandma. I have cookies fresh out of the oven, and we have a special event today that I hope you're going to enjoy. Since you, my fabulous community, have crested straight through 2 community fundraising goals, we're gonna have an old people dating sim. Join me, won't you? Hi, everybody. Shrimp Army Games, you here already? Let's get this house full. Let's get this house filled up. How are you today? How's your Tuesday going? How's your week going? How's the world treating you? You doing all right? It's kind of chilly today, which I don't totally hate because then I don't have to have a million fans running. But it does mean that I have to kind of keep this balance between the heaters and everything else. You kidding? Watching you play dating sim is what I'm awake for. I have later daters all queued up. That is the dating sim we're playing today. Do I pull up the... Let me get out of that. Here, let me tell everybody what this game is for folks who are going to be dropping. Would you just... I hate trying to copy text from different apps because they don't like it when you try to start at the beginning of a line. So the game that the community all agreed on today is Later Daters. Welcome to Ye Old, your new retirement paradise. Date as an octogenarian and find somebody to love, or just get your kicks in while the getting is good. Remember, if the chairs are rocking, don't come a knocking. That used to actually be a bumper sticker in the 70s. If this van's a rockin', don't come a knockin'. I don't know if younger generations know that, but yeah, people used to have vans that had full bed setups in the back. Like legit bedroom setup, not just a mattress thrown back there, but all the everything. You don't see those vans anymore. So how's everyone doing? You all right? Make sure you get your cookies. There's a basket of blankets. Somewhere around here, there's a pillow fort. I'm not quite sure where it is. His lordship might be in it. He's ticked off because he had to get his flea drops today, so oops. Oh, well. I'm not sure how long we'll go today. I didn't get the chance to... Well, I did have the chance to eat something. I have an appetite that's being really dumb right now. So I didn't end up eating anything because everything I have, my appetite was just like, nah, I don't want that. Nah, I don't want that either. Nah, not that one. Like, I have really good food. I have fresh shrimp already made and everything. And bacon and eggs and chicken thighs. And it's like, nah, though, I don't want it. I don't know. So if I end early, that's probably just because my appetite came back, and if it actually shows up, then I can't ignore it. Like, okay, we have to make that work. So in the meantime, let me re-announce all of our fabulous fundraisers that we're doing. We are raising money toward the Trevor project. Beep boop. You see that lovely little pink line moving up a little bit? We are carrying on the fundraiser for the Trevor Project, whose primary mission is to prevent the suicide of young people who are in the LGBTQIA2+ community. They have social media, phone lines, text lines, all sorts of resources and education available. The Trevor Project is trying to keep young people alive long enough to celebrate Pride with all the confidence they deserve. And they deserve all the confidence. So, happy Pride, everyone. We don't have them approved yet, but I did choose some of the emotes from Super Q. Thank you, Super Q, for making all the free emotes. Thank you, Shrimp Army. You did give me that link earlier. Coldberg is here. Hello, my love. Oh my goodness, I did just enjoy seeing your show. Let me get this in here, and we'll also. Why are you being weird? There we go. Coldberg, your company today is the link for the Pride emotes, Shrimpy. Coldberg, I need to go back. I saw Ms. Puzzles say this too, and I agree. After seeing your interview with I'm So Psyched and Call Me Chef G, I mean, I've seen you in other people's chats all over the place, and I've really been trying to catch people when they're live because I just kind of suck at watching VODs. I still have a queue, an absolute list of people who, like Chelva Gamer is playing The Quarry on YouTube, and I really want to watch her playthrough because she's fucking delightful. But now that I see the interview style that you have, I love it. Obviously, it's something that I'm into as well because I want that for my Sexual Health is Mental Health chat show on Sundays. So, yeah, thank you for being here and thank you for doing that work. I am that person back when we had DVDs who would go watch all of the bonus features. I wanted to see everything behind the scenes, all of the why, all of the crew stuff, all of the location stuff, all of the technical, how many cameras did they have? Oh, thank you for that. I've been told before that I should have been an FBI interrogator because of the way I get people to talk about things. So thank you for letting me be part of that. Again, your ability to not only welcome your guests, but to incorporate chat. It's not everybody who has that. People don't appreciate what a skill it is to be front of house and to be on camera, to run a show, to be a showrunner. And a lot of people who are showrunners aren't front of house. They're not the actors and all of that. So to be able to do all of it that well, and you have such a good style and a lovely format, absolutely wonderful. So if you all have not checked out Coldberg, go do that. Drop a follow in there and get into that VOD list and check out the real story behind some of your favorite streamers. Coldberg focuses on up-and-comers, people who are really beginning to surf the wave on Twitch, who are really making a difference. And I'm So Psyched and Call Me Chef G are absolutely both people doing that in the streaming world. And I love the trails that they're blazing. Even though I'm not a fan of The Sims, I will sit down with I'm So Psyched because of the chat and the conversation. And Call Me Chef G is just fucking adorable to watch. She knows how to engage people. So, and to have them as a couple, sweet. I love. So, what we're doing today, speaking of loving love, oh my goodness, we are playing a dating sim because my adorable community went past a goal for my fundraiser. My cookie jar has 246 cookies in it. And if you can see my about panels down below, you will see that I don't need to shout as much. I had to like drop my game. Cyborg Siren is here. Woot! Hello, love. Hello, my love. There we go. Let's get a shout out to my good friend Cyborg Siren. I love the fact that so many of you are people I see in all the chats that I go to. It just makes me feel like, we're a bunch of friends on a pub crawl or something, going around to different streams and seeing each other. In fact, I think there are some times where there are streams like Real Mama Eagle and some other folks that when I see Knits by Ice and Crown Her Queen, who used to be Queen Sims World, and Cyborg and some other folks out there, that we just start saying hi to each other. E-Man Elite is another one. Oh, hey, Shrimp Army, are you willing to be a pop-up mod? I don't expect Genoa at all. I don't know how to mod, and so I'm always a little embarrassed to ask other people to do it for me, but I don't really know how to do it. I don't know any of the stuff. I know how to ban people now. But okay. Nathan's here too. Hi! All of my favorite grandkids are coming in for the day. Y'all want to watch me play this damn dating sim is what you want. Oh, there's the sword. There you go. Yeah, if there's anybody out there who is willing to be a pop-up mod for today, my regular mod Genoa is in the process of moving, and she has a spouse and 2 kids, and they're all just Nika, I love you. Spread the word. You know, I did an IRL dating sim last year. Let's hope I don't blow any triggers on this one. My therapist said, so do you think you would ever fall in love again? And I've been celibate solo for 25 years. And that hit me like the proverbial ton of bricks, because it brought back a whole lot of, I remember being in love. I remember how that felt. I was content. It was like, so she recommended that I go on dating apps, and Shrimp Army Games was there. I just picked all of them, every dating app that would let me in. So that was about 4 weeks, six weeks. I think I gave it 6 weeks. And, oh, thank you for that, Shrimp. See? Already on point. Brand new baby mod, already on point. Yeah, look at your pretty sword. Thank you for that. Oh, wait, do I have any more of this? Let me check something real quick. So yeah, that was my IRL experience, and then I got to reading. I spend too much time on Reddit. But there are places on Reddit that are not complete anal sphincters. So I like conversations, because the nice thing about Reddit is that people will get into real, honest, heart-to-heart, telling the truth about things conversations when you're in the right subreddit and on the right post, and you don't have a bunch of 9-year-olds coming in and saying poopy fart. So I started looking at some of the threads for people who were using dating apps, and of course everybody's like, Tinder's garbage. And Tinder is garbage. Like everything else, though, you know, there's garbage in, garbage out. Don't ban chat. Do not ban the entire chat, Shrimp. What have I done? Don't ban Genoa. That's what I was worried about. Yeah, that's your cardboard. Yeah, you're being unmodded right after the stream, just so you know. I don't even know what I was saying. Oh, I was reading Reddit threads, and I hopped on one, and it was like, hey, what was your absolute worst online dating experience? And it was just, I was raped. 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 And I went, yeah, I'm a hermit. I'm a thorough introvert, and I cannot even, especially because the contacts that I was getting were all people who were like, hey, when can I touch your boobs? When are we going to hook up? Yeah, you enjoy that power for this afternoon. And it really was entirely about hookup. There was not a single person who contacted me who was like, hey, I'd like to get to know you a little bit better. So You know, did a chat date, did a different video date, had fun on OkCupid because of all the questions. But then, of course, the marketer in me is like, oh, I know why they have all those questions. All of this info is being sold for marketing purposes to all of the companies out there who do marketing stuff. I'm like, oh, they're just getting it for free because we're all horny enough to want to date. So you will smite. Cyborg Siren, do you do any money? I mean, if very seriously, I've left the burden on Genoa this whole time, and if anybody is interested, like when you pop in here, of being able to have that power, we seem to have a couple, one or two bad actors showing up about every stream, and I did pull myself out of just chatting for that reason because I felt like they were going around to just chatting streamers and like trying to find suitable targets because they go out and they restream on another platform and then make fun of people, blah, 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 blah. So I might even remove the hydrate channel point redemption because that's the one that they like to use right off the bat. So I don't know. We'll look at it. We'll keep painting the moving train. But yeah, Cyborg Siren, are you saying I will smite as in I can mod you? Fangs extended! The bots to pop in with their toxicity. We don't want it. We don't want it, do we? All right, I'm going to wait for a yes from Cyborg Siren. You said I will smite, so you give me a confirmation. Are you sure? And I will give you a pretty green sword. Thank you for stopping in, Fangs Extended. We're just sort of chit-chatting for a moment, and I was going to show the donate link. This is my personal donation, not the Trevor Project. We are doing a fundraiser for Trevor Project. Dang it, right there. We will keep that open if it takes us a year to reach $1,000. I know that we are a small community. Thank you, Cyborg Siren. I appreciate you for that. No strings attached. And did it work? I think it worked. I typed the command. I need confirmations. All right. Yeah, it worked. Okay, super. Beep boop. Well, thank you, Fangs Extended. I appreciate that. I can't remember where I met you. What other chats have you been? Oh, look at that pretty green sword. Ah, nondescript puppet character with fire. Oh, excellent. Oh, good, you're using ModView. Yeah, on my primary computer that I use for all of my stuff, I have open the ModView, chat only, and the stream manager. I prefer Stream Manager. Oh, good. You came in with a raid. Fabulous. Yeah, I've had a couple of wonderful people again, it's almost like a pub crawl when you go raid hopping with people. Smite buddies forever. So my fabulous community supported my fundraiser, which I have a cap at $500. It's to help me cover my final payment for the RV that I'm living in. Oh, Fangs plays D&D? Outstanding. I only have 2 payments left, June and July, and I just have struggled through pandemic and especially recently, so I am asking the community. I know. I need to there's no way to budget yourself out of insufficient income. So I've asked the community to help support that, but Trevor Project, we're going to carry on till we reach the goal. My fundraiser ends at $500 or June 30th, whichever we meet first. Whoever gets here first. So since the community raised all of those beautiful funds, And let me give you some of the other. So we got this far. Watch anime, play video games, and play D&D. Outstanding. Welcome. I am happy to have you here. I love D&D. And in fact, you'll see when I show you the second half of this list. So, since both fundraisers go up to $500, if every time we meet a goal in one fundraiser, we'll add the community reward. And as soon as we meet it in the other fundraiser, so like right now, we don't have $100 yet for Pride. When we get to the $100 mark on the Trevor Project fundraiser, we will add another community game day. And that will be either Among Us or Goose Goose Duck. I don't have any other multiplayer games. Oh, Cyborg, you love D&D too? Awesome, because let me show you what the second half... Oh, we have to fix that. Let me reword something. There we go. Okay. So when we get to the second half, which will only be for the Trevor Project fundraiser, and like I say, I firmly expect that one to take significant time. I mean, we are not a large community, but we all have friends. So these are the second half, and these will only be one instance, a single instance of these. So there will be at 600 a Grandma AMA, at 700 a karaoke stream, at 800 a D&D one shot, which we probably won't stream. Or I'd kind of like that to do that on the Discord. Speaking of which, and the link is only valid during the stream and for a short period after. See me? I'm hydrating. And that is super diluted. I always... The trick is that, like, I was never a good water drinker, so I would always try to splash a little lemon juice or things like that. And then in the last couple of years, I've just gotten in this habit because I really like wine. And I really am a tiny human and can get drunk super easy. And I don't like being drunk. And because of a migraine history, I would rather be hit by a truck than ever throw up again. So I, oh, Shrimp. Thank you. Yep. Shrimp and I have played IRL D&D. I appreciate that. I do. I'm looking forward to getting a chance to get back into the game. I have an entire box of books. Look at me. Look at me. What do I have here, boys and girls? What is this, boys and berries? Can you see it? Do you know whose symbol that is? Anybody? Anybody? Bueller? Do you know? We'll start the game in just a moment. I don't want to dump anything, but here. Can you see my pretty clicky clacky rocks? Yeah. That's some D&D porn for you. And then the whole bag. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? So, yeah. Yep. I played D&D back when it was just a red workbook. Oh, yours look like ice cubes? That's pretty. Shrimp Army Games has like 1,000. Shrimp Army Games is a wormwood. Yes, that was my splurge back when I was rich. Back when I was working 45 hours a week in 72 hours. From Friday morning, 8 a.m. to Monday morning, 8 a.m. I worked a 45-hour work week. Madness. Goblin Brain. Yes. Shiny math rocks that go click-clack. Oh, gosh. I need you to get a photo of that so you can throw it on your stream. That would be so cool, Shrimp Army. And get a little sound effect to go with it. Why, Hair? Oh, Grandma, did you cut your hair before the stream? Of course I did. I cut my bangs because they were stupid. And now they're mad at me and being even dumber. Okay, it's almost time. Um, Make sure you tell your friends. Bring everybody over. Yeah, my hair, I started cutting it myself because it's so like just naturally wavy and belligerent that it will do a different thing every day. So it really doesn't help to have a professional cut a style into it. Call me daddy, please is here. Speaking of cutting hair, how are you? I hope you took good care of yourself yesterday. That was yesterday, wasn't it? God, I can't remember time anymore. But I've had better success with barbers because my hair on one side goes different from it just curls oddly. So the two sides, one will go out and one will go under. And it was just like, if somebody tries to make it even, it looks dumb. So I just sit there and plink at it because I've always made my excellent and amazing hairstylists talk to me while they cut my hair about what they're doing. Tell me about your craft. I would say, I'm the marble, you're Michelangelo, make it work. So you got your first set of dice a couple weeks ago, and I catch myself staring at them a lot because shiny, shiny. Oh, let me tell you, before we get into the game, which we will do, Later Daters is our game today. My former housemates, they were a married couple, and I rented their downstairs daylight basement area for 12 years? I think 13 years. Excellent, amazing human beings. When we go to our break screen, that photograph of my cat Biff was taken by Tyler. And then Ms. Morgie Bear, who has been by here now and then, we decided, because I bought each of them dice vault and a set of dice as well. Ms. Morgie Bear and I started using dice to help with executive dysfunction. So we would roll initiative. We'd roll one initiative for the chore and one initiative for us. And that determined whether or not the chore was going to get done. It's like, I don't want to vacuum. Okay, vacuum. Roll for initiative. But also, the fun thing is that I didn't find being a GM in D&D significantly different from being a school teacher or a military commander or a theater kid. I mean, you're working with a troop of people. I did summer classes and we did tons of improv things that when you're working with a group of people to tell a cooperative story. And I also took tons of facilitation classes as a middle manager in the military. When you're a company grade officer, that's pretty much what you are. You're middle management right there. So facilitating that game, that theater, that storytelling, it just puts all of my skill sets into one happy place. And if I could do that as well as this, I want those jobs. I want that life. I want that living. Let me see. I had to pause the start of the game because I want all of you to see the beginning and the poem that's at the very beginning of this. And I need to do a quick beverage adjustment. So are we ready to start the game? Did y'all get your cookies? Boop. Get your cookies. We had a fun time on Sunday, though. If you do get a chance to come by the Sunday show, Sundays for the moment, I think just for June, Sundays are the Sexual Health is Mental Health chat show. We are trying to normalize as much as we can conversations around sex and sexuality so that people can become more comfortable with themselves, with using everyday language and not either porn or medical textbook terms, just to be able to talk about concepts and consent and the difference between intimate self-care and partnered intimacy, so that folks can just, I think it can be a panic moment for a lot of people trying to communicate honestly when you're in the middle of being aroused and wanting to be passionately intimate with somebody. That language can often fail you. Almost every time I've watched your streams, I always have cookies somewhere near me. Oh, but you're at work? Oh, the lack of cookies at your work disturbs me. So that's what we're doing with our Sundays. But just yesterday, guess what, chat? Guess what? We will be going back to Hitman when I can actually afford their DLC. I do want to do Hitman again with new content. I love you, IO Interactive. Just a perfect storm that gave me encouragement to make a pivot just for the month of June. So that's the point, that Sexual Health is Mental Health will probably become the Tuesday show. And I'm not entirely sure, because wanting to have guests on the show, probably not the best from noon to 3 Pacific on a Tuesday. I don't know, though, because lots and lots more people are working from home. We'll see how it shakes out. But I do believe that the chat show will be bumped over to Tuesday, and then we'll have Sunday to be $19.99 on both Steam and GOG. I went to GOG because I like to support them. Oh, the one that I wanted was for the sniper missions and for some Hitman 2 stuff. But it was almost as much as a AAA game. So in that $60 to $70 range, that it was like, no, I can't. I will wait for that to go on sale, because Hitman is winding down, and IO Interactive, I think, is doing a big push into their 007 project. So I expect all of that DLC to drop in price. And so I kind of actually am, as much as I love these folks and want to support all the stuff that they've done, I'm kind of going to give it a hot minute for some of that stuff to go on sale. We'll see what the Steam summer sale comes up with. And GOG, if you all don't know, CDPR, who did the Witcher series and Cyberpunk 2077, whatever you may think about that, shareholders will drive a horse off a cliff. And they did. They drove CDPR to release that game before it was ready, because money. So, anyway, the company behind those games has a separate offshoot called GOG for Good Old Gaming, where they started re-releasing old games that were no longer available, and I think relicensing all of that kind of stuff. So that makes sense for sure. Steam usually has, yes, they do. Oh, wish list. Thank you. Thank you. Note to self. Dear self, I am fine. How are you? I wish you were here. Wish list. Thank you for that, Coldberg. I forget to do that. I forget to do that on Amazon too. I'm not used to having those. It's like when you were a kid. And I do need to put some books on my Amazon wish list to help us with our sexual health as mental health. There's a textbook that's being used in a course I wish I could take by Dr. Lori Mintz, The Psychology of Human Sexuality, down at University of Florida. And then there's another one that she wrote personally called Becoming Cliterate, which I think will have a lot of good information for us, and a lot of good resource material for us, that when I get stumped on a concept or when we need to go back, let's go back to the textbook and see what that definition really is, because I think it would grieve me horribly to lead people astray. So what we're going to do, though, thank you, GOG, for also having the entire Dishonored series, 1, 2, and 3, 1999. 1999. All 3 Dishonoreds. And I've just been enamored with them. Pwn Tony! Hey y'all. Tony, God, you don't actually stream, dude. But here's what I want you to do. No, not that. Um, there you are. Are you streaming? Is that recent? What I want y'all to do though is go here, and I want you to go to the music, and I want you to listen to this man's music. I say man. If I ever misgender you or mispronoun you, um, let me know. I used to hate it when the children at school would call me Mrs. Grandma. And I'm like, no, it's Miss. As in, I aimed to get married and I missed. And then at the same time, they would take all of the Mrs.'s and call them Miss Sullivan, Miss Jackson. You're like, no, they're stop. Unless you're feeling spicy. Really? The very first track, I told you, the very first track that I started listening to, man, it was just, oh, man is perfect. Okay, good. Because I do have multiple friends who are in the transition process. Okay, as soon as I return, we will get into later daters. But I am going to go to this screen here and start the intro. Let's see if it works. And you have to listen to this song. Oh, it's going to be silly every time I leave. Yes, everybody, where Stream Elements should have given us an alert for that. It's probably coming up in a few minutes. Thank you, Fangs, for that reminder. Everybody stand up, stretch, hydrate, potty break, and we will be our B. Actually, I'm not going to run it. I'll run it as soon as I get back. It's not going to be a whole minute. BRB. Okay, my darlings, I have returned. I have to remember that I don't need to project with this microphone. I go back and listen to my VODs, and I'm so fucking loud. It's annoying. I annoy myself with my loudness. So I turned down my gain on the filters, and hopefully, I mean, there's not much, but I dropped it significantly. So always, always, always let me know if you have any issues between me and the game sound. And hopefully I won't have to turn off my mic while we play. Oh, I wonder if I should make, hang on. I just realized something. Uh-oh. Can't use that. Um, beep, beep. I am going to make this a specific game capture. That might be part of why that was coming through. Oh, come here. Get up here. We are painting the train while it's moving. Is it going to show up? There it is. Hang on. One more thing. And fit to screen. Thank you very much. Get down here where you belong. All right, my lovelies. Thank you for coming out here to spend time with Grandma, to pay me attention, and to enjoy one another's company. All of us, get your cookies. Blue Satire? Lord, who invited the celebrities to the channel? Look at all of these fabulous people. Hey, Blue Satire, how the heck are you today? My goodness, we got Holberg and Blue. What even? Shrimp Army Games? Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate your company. Hey, y'all, you know, if you want to get the real talk and have a great time, don't just check out Coldberg. Check out Blue Satire. I'm feeling well, sir. We are going to be taking the old lady on a dating sim today. My community managed to pop out 2 community fundraising goals. The first one we'll do a community game, but I'll schedule that with our Discord, and we'll take that, you know, plenty of time for people to make sure that they're there. But my fabulous full-time mod, Genoa, picked out this game called Later Daters. Do I still have that here? I do. Let's copy this so y'all can see what this game is about. This is the blurb on Steam. In fact, Genoa gifted me this game so that we could play it today because she wants me to see it. So now I also understand from reading some stuff, I haven't played it, but I did go read. Apparently it's episodic, so we might not have all of the content yet. But if we like it and if you have fun with this, and I suspect it will be fun. I also saw a lot of people celebrating the diversity of relationship opportunities. So we are going to, let's drop that. We're going to do this. And Rizzle Games is here as Rizzle. Wait a minute. How come you don't have one of these? How the heck are you, Rizzle? And how are you, Blue? Did you stream today? Is today a stream day for you? Woot woot. I thought they were going to pick out one of those crazy anime ones with all the tiggle bitties, but they didn't. So who knows? Oh, very good. Good for you. I highly recommend breaks and rest. Every streamer I've seen who has prioritized that in their work life has benefited. And it's important. In fact, I was really glad that a lot of people were taking a break yesterday because one of my friends had a birthday stream and I was like, oh, thank goodness I can stay focused and not have 6 tabs open. So, I hope you have a restorative rest and I hope that you do good self-care. That's important, to be nurturing and to be loving and caring to you. If you don't practice on you, you're not going to do it for anybody else. So let's see how the sound happens. Apparently this is going to dump out every time I leave the screen. So you all are going to have to tell me if my speaker is being picked up by the mic. Hopefully not. You're doing good, Rizzle. Much better now that you're taking a mental break from overworking for about 2 weeks. Yay! Everybody taking good care of yourselves. If you can't do it for yourself, you're not going to suddenly be able to do it for somebody else with any authenticity. Tell your brain to settle down. Tell your brain that it's not allowed to treat your body any differently than you would treat your dog. Okay? So if y'all get an echo from the speaker, just start spamming ones in chat or zeros or whatever you want. Numbers. If I see numbers in chat, I'll know it's broken. For age is opportunity no less than youth itself, though in another dress. And as the evening twilight fades away, the sky is filled with stars, invisible by day.
Later daters. Later daters. Later daters.
Yeah, if you can hear the words, right? This is well-written music. The bridge. Alone.
Talk to me some more. What do you say? The sunset is a beautiful time of day. The sunset is a beautiful time of day. The sunset is a beautiful time of day. Later daters. Later daters. Later daters.
I did see somebody say you need to hear the whole song.
Later daters.
Okay, let's head into the game. I did check out my Welcome to the Ocean View Living Domicile for the Elderly. Your dog is loud. Hey, welcome in. Your dog is loud, isn't it?
You want a little action 'cause you're not dead yet. Later daters, you know.
How's the sound balance? I have my bar speaker turned down pretty low. Oh wait, I can do it through here, can I? Nope, as soon as I Alt-Tab. As soon as I Alt-Tab, it silences. That's so annoying. Oh, before we can get you all moved in, please fill out the following forms. Look forward to meeting you, Esther Katz, President and Founder. So, we can choose our look. Is this me? That's kind of me. Can we scroll it all? No? Okay, what is my name?
But you still can walk along the shore. Talk to me some more.
Let's keep Lori. Lori LaSalle. Let's be Lori LaSalle. I would like to be addressed as Ms. I recently had my 80th birthday, developed vertigo, and took a bad fall. Such a classic seniors moment. I'm fine now, but my doctor insists that it's not safe for me to live alone in the country and recommended I move into a retirement community. So here I am.
Later daters.
Oh, Tony, right when you're a musician. Although the funny thing is, I'm the one who hears all the music in the grocery store because I have such strong auditory sensation, but poor auditory distinction. Anyway, do I want to be Cookie to Mint? Of course I do. Oh, here. There's no cursor. Is that what you meant by Cookie to Mint? Yes, I will do that completely and utterly. No cursor. I'm happy to be Cookie. Cookie? Cookie Googleman? Is that you? Have you seen, you've all seen Best in Show, and if you haven't, get out of here. My companion looks like the cat, and my companion's name is Bubba. Oh, I didn't pick that. Choose your history. What's your story? Select a photo on the right. Am I an artist? Oh. Do I prefer women? Do I prefer older men? Or do I prefer non-binary presenting people? I honestly prefer... Wait. Hang on. We should read... Oh, wait. Read all of these. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yes, so I picked my name. But if you haven't seen Best in Show, please go watch that. Christopher Guest is a genius. Okay, we'll read each one. I never settled down with anyone for the long haul. Oh, maybe we should play this honestly. Guess I was too busy pursuing the first love of my life, art. My wife Sophia died 5 years ago, just shy of our 50th anniversary. Oh, she was gutsy, independent, and gorgeous, and still riding her motorcycle until the end. Welcome to your lure. Oh, good luck on calculus homework. I failed calculus. I was very good at math, but that was a bad year for me. I had like a 33. They're like, okay, you can drop the class. High school. Oh, good luck. Sending you all the math vibes. Use your fingers. It's okay. My husband Wendell and I were together 50 years. This will not be mean. He was the only person who could criticize my art and make me laugh at the same time. I couldn't paint for months after he died. My spouse Leslie died 5 years ago. They and I were together for 45 years. Leslie was a beekeeper, and every time I have honey, I remember how only patient, easygoing Leslie could walk amongst thousands of bees and never get stung. I might play this one a little bit close to the vest. I think I might use my own history, which is I never settled down with anyone for the long haul. Close, but you're gonna have to hit that AMA goal to hear the whole story. Let's carry on. This is me, Ms. Cookie DeMint. This is my cat, Bubba, and I live the artist's life. You look so cute in the pillow fort. Your dog is loud. So this is it, Bubba. Our new home. Stares wide-eyed at the building. Meow. Not the whole building, just one tiny apartment inside the building. And there's no 40-acre field for you to play in. Sorry, buddy. I blinks sadly at you. I've just now allowed my, for 2 years, indoor cat, under protest, indoor cat, allowed outside again. I know, I miss our big house too, but you know what the doctor said. Chenhua, my darling! Hello! Hang on, am I? Yes. If you all are interested, Chenhua has been my greatest supporter and friend from the beginning, also a D&D companion. And I am unable to support Chenhua as my moderator at the moment, but if you all would like to do that, please feel free. I know it's a lot. I also have 2 fundraisers, and we're just, I don't know. We're growing. Our community is growing. We're gonna bring in all kinds of friends. But you know what the doctor said? It's not good for your physical or mental health to live alone in the middle of nowhere at your age. Oh, that's right. You had dentistry today. Your face is numb and so are your teeth and tongue. Oh, baby. You take care of yourself. I spot modded 2 people. As someone who's living alone out in the, not out in the middle of nowhere, but kind of more the middle of nowhere than anywhere, okay, I can admit, at times it does get pretty lonely. I'm a hermit. I'm an introvert. Well, yeah, I didn't even expect you to really be here with everything you guys have going on. I'm gonna be honest and admit that it's pretty lonely sometimes. Hello there, consults clipboard. You must be Cookie. I'm Esther Katz, but you can call me Esty if you want to. I know some people can be more formal when they first arrive. I want you to be here. I want you to enjoy being audience too, though, so that you can duck away and lurk and not have to be on duty the whole time. I said duty. I love an organized woman. Sure, we do. Nice to meet you, Esther. I'm the president and founder of Ye Old Welcome Wagon. So, welcome to the Ocean View Living Domicile for the Elderly. Why Ye Old? I'm glad you asked. I've lived here 7 years. Can you believe it? It's longer than I expected. OLDE? Oh, it's short for Ocean View Living Domicile for the Elderly. That's funny. Management thought so. They'll be thrilled to hear somebody shares their sense of humor. Is she being sarcastic? She's being sarcastic. Strike one against me. Could be worse, like the Herschel Abbey Dickstein Elder Suites. 80s? That's grim. My Max is there. He likes it fine. It's very Jewish. Who's Max? Not listening to your question. I like ye oldie. Are we gonna pronounce the E? Should we say ye old or ye oldie? 1 for ye old, 2 for ye oldie. I don't need a bunch of kibitzers talking about my ex and I like we're in high school. Besides, I like to meet people from all over. That's why I started the welcome wagon. Home for elderly lived lives. Okay, we've got to vote for oldie. Max is your ex-husband? 7 years until he traded me for a younger model. You know how that worked out. I do? I said, Maxie, I love you. I'll always love you. But you've had your turn. I'm going to ye oldie, and you can go to Hades. That smile. And we'll see each other when God is ready for us to be together. Until then, well, I'm going to have my fun. You know what I mean. Oh, I know what you mean. Yes, lots of fun to be had at ye oldie. Bustles out of a taxi cab carrying a suitcase. Hi, I'm Crystal. Sorry I'm late. What did I miss? No, her smile is not lighting up a stadium. Tardy people are the worst, though. But I feel that's more type A personality than I am. Do it. But I'm always tardy. That's why I think I'm the worst. Why is she so cheery? You haven't missed a thing. We're just getting acquainted. I will not be able to keep up these voices. I'm Esther Katz, president and founder of Ye Oldie Welcome Wagon. A welcome wagon? What a great idea. It really is. So you are, consults clipboard, Ms. Crystal Meyer. I'm always early for everything. Oh, I used to be. And I used to hate not punctual. But now I am perpetually 15 minutes late for whatever time I intended to be somewhere. If you're on time, see, I have a brother-in-law who's like that. In one of his job reviews, the clients said, name is never on time. Name is always early. And that was very clever. If you ever get the chance to do that for somebody, that's a fucking compliment professionally. She checks off Crystal's name. And this is, points to you, reads, Ms. Cookie de Mint. I love that name. Thank you, Pone Tony. By the way, if you haven't gone to my Discord and looked at the music tab and listened to Pone Tony's music, I'm telling you, you don't know the talent people have sometimes. That's professional. That's music. That's musician. Hi, Cookie. It's great to meet you. Nice to meet you, too. Leans down to look at Bubba. And who's this cutie? Blinks at Crystal. Licks paw. Good boy. That's my roommate, Bubba. Aww. So, now that you're all here, let's get you settled in your new home. Of course, every once in a blue moon. Hey, bring all of your blue moons to Grandma's house. I'll take all of it. All aboard the welcome wagon. Gotta admire that enthusiasm. I mean, I do love people who have that uppy, chippy, chirpy personality, words. Somebody referred to me as chipper once and was like, hey, you're not your usual chipper self. I'm like, I'm a goth. What the fuck? Chipper self. But that's not how other people saw me for a long time. Like, oh, you're so cute. Sure, follow me. Everybody's Mickey. Wait till we get to Goofy. Oh. Ye Olde Retirement Community welcomes anyone over 65, regardless of race, religion, gender, or sexuality. Wood chipper. There you go. I have a wood chipper personality. Grind you to pulp. As my grandchildren like to say, we are practicing inclusivity. That's great. Inclusivity is why I picked Ye Olde. I want to be free to be myself. No judgment or jerks allowed. I used to have 40 acres of property that kept my home nice and jerk-proof. I'm a goth. What the fuck? Right? Chipper. But then I was a lieutenant in the Air Force, and I had the uniform on and all of the girly stuff that I loved at the time. Nails, makeup, all of it. Perm. An asymmetrical hairstyle that was way short up on this side and came around in a wedge on this side. I'll show you all a picture someday. We'll see. Maybe on the AMA. I'll pull out the photo album. Grandma's old-timey photo album. It's good you two see eye to eye because you're, oh God, I thought she was going to say roommates. I was like, I will smother this woman in the middle of the night. You're next door neighbors. That's fine. Okay. Oh, that's nice. Hey, neighbor. Hands you each a set of keys. If I can hear her through the fucking wall, though, you start playing Karen Carpenter, I'ma poison your tea. Cookie, the movers put all your belongings in your new apartment. But Crystal, no moving van has arrived for you yet. Yeah, Gen Y, you better mind your manners today. No getting sassy for you. That's because there's not one coming. I downsized. Oy vey! To one suitcase? Yeah, minimalism though. Hey, I still have stuff at my housemate's place that didn't fit in the RV. There's not much storage in an RV unless you really want to do it. I'm not really a minimalist. At least I never used to be. But I wanted a fresh start. Oh. When I was in the military, I moved so often that I had sets of boxes that had not been opened since they were packed. But I wanted a fresh start, so I sold all my things and voila! Here I am. I envy you. I didn't get rid of anything, and to be honest, I'm scared of what I'm going to find when I open my door. That was me when I moved here. I was living in a 3-bedroom house in Converse, Texas before I moved here. And I had that house filled up. Oy. You are always mischievous. You're my favorite rogue. I don't think I can manage it if you play other character types. You are a rogue, pure and simple. If you need help unpacking, let me know. I'm not going to get them straight. Wait, Crystal, you sold everything? What about your keepsakes? I have a few things in storage. And I gave some heirlooms to my daughter, but otherwise, all gone. Is there something else going on? Do you need me to show you where our counselor's office is? When Josh went through his second divorce, I found Nelson very helpful. Plasters on a strained smile. No, everything is fantastic. Oh, look at the time. I'd love to stay and chat, but I need to measure my apartment and get that IKEA order in. Well, I certainly found that a bit strange. Don't you agree? Do I? Is arriving with one suitcase strange? No. But responding the way she did, a little strange. A little strange, I think. The last time someone arrived at Ye Olde with just one suitcase, he turned out to be an unsavory criminal. Wow, really? What happened? He started the poker club. Oh, God, I want a poker club. I mean, also a poker club, but a poker club. What? Carry on. His name's Blair. I'd steer clear of him if I was you. If I were you, please use proper tensing. Thanks for the heads up. And fix your grammar. I love playing poker. There we go. Well, I don't say I didn't warn you. Still. That's the reason I was the hero of the tent city that I commanded in Italy was because I set up an entire hooch directly across from mine so that I could keep eyes on it. But one of the, well, we were kind of in hardened tent. We weren't in the GPU mediums by that point. But anyway, I set up a hooch right across from mine where we played poker and pinochle. Never for money. Still, downsizing is common when moving, but there's a lot of stuff at my housemate's place that I'm probably not going to get rid of. Oh, we need to do a bio break here. Okay, at the next logical break point. Sound is still good, though. If you're getting echo from the game, I need you to tell me, because if I find it in the VOD, it's going to disturb me. I think you should keep an eye on Crystal. Oh, there's no sound from the game. Lol. I think you should keep an eye on Crystal to make sure she's all right. Well, I will in a very friendly way. I'll keep an eye on Crystal in a friendly way. It's very neighborly. That would be very neighborly of you, Cookie. And if you need anything, I'm just down the hall in apartment 101. His vocal fry is kind of fun. Also, there's a big red button in your apartment. Hit it in case of a medical emergency. Oh, you know who I'm channeling? I'm channeling Hyacinth from Keeping Up Appearances. It's Bouquet, darling. By the way, how is your consult's clipboard? Vertigo. Oh. It's, yeah. None of your business. It doesn't do any good to keep your ailments to yourself. I'll just have to tell Crystal to keep an ear open for the sound of your body hitting the floor. Welcome to Ye Olde. Ye Olde, which is either a friendly community where everyone looks out for each other, or a building of busybodies sticking their noses in everyone's business. And since I am professionally in the home care, caregiving game, I will tell you that when you get into old people's communities, this one right here is exactly what everybody's fucking doing. They're bored. They have nothing to keep them entertained except their televisions. So they stick their noses in everybody's business. And if they can't stick their noses in your business, they will make shit up just to have drama to talk about. Now, we don't want any of this narrated, do we? Oh, nice. Resume. What's this? Oh, nice. I don't think we need to save it yet. That's fast forward, that's move ahead, that's move back. So I can skip through dialogue. Okay, when we do replay. So we can do another replay because I would really like to play this as a gay man. Because my inner gay man demands it. Let the bodies hit the floor! Is that how that goes? I don't even know how that goes. Or a building of busybodies sticking, but at least now I have people to check in and make sure I'm not dead. Ooh. Ow. Okay, but I was not old. I was, oh my God. I think that was I'm going to throw it on the ground. We'll play it for break. No, I was at a point in my life where I was such a hermit and so introverted. I was teaching school, but I realized that it would probably take 2 to 3 days for anyone to notice that I had not left my home. And that's why I made friends with all the checkers at the grocery store. So if they don't see me for a couple days, if I'm not in there every couple days buying wine, who am I kidding? If I'm not in there every day buying wine, somebody will get concerned. The doc will be so thrilled. Well, Bubba, ready to see our apartment? Oh, that's the spirit. Okay, so Bubba, if you were wondering if a house full of stuff would fit in a one-bedroom apartment, God, that's exactly what I did when I moved here. The answer is no. I can't see the floor for the boxes. Right, you think boxes are fun. Ow. Jumps onto another box. At least one of us likes the new digs. Oh. This entire apartment is the size of my old bedroom. Oh, I muted the sound. Okay. Don't mute all the sound. Oh, there it is. The sound is coming through the wall from... Oh, this is not a good sign. This is why I hate apartment living. I have a cat. His name is Bubba. All right. We're at 12 after, though, because we usually break every hour. I'm going to save the game here. Save. Oh, God, I'm going to kind of hate going to my break music. No, I'm not, because I love my break music. All right, everybody. I'm going to take a quick bio break. Stand up, stretch, roll your neck around your collarbone, get your chin all the way around that collarbone, arms out, arms out. I've not worked out since last Monday, and I can tell, I can feel it, but I also don't feel well enough to work out at the moment. I'm just in a weird state at the moment. At the moment, all this moment, all these moments. Hey, y'all. My favorite. Oh, thank you for coming by, Cyborg. Thank you. You have a great time at work. I hope everything goes well for you, that it's not stressful, and your coworkers are there for you. And thank you. Yes, I'll leave you with that sword unless you tell me that you don't want it every time. If you just wanted that to be a one-time thing, you DM me sometime if you don't feel like carrying the sword. Love you. Have a great rest of your... Take cookies. Okay, I will BRB. everyone. How are you doing? Dancing along? You bopping to the bop? This is a bopping song. I can't believe I found it. I've never changed it. This was my first break song from the first moment I had a stream. Catch it? Everything about this song is so beautifully designed. I mean, this isn't just somebody cranking out something. If you know music, and I feel like I do. There it goes. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. It's a bossa nova, but it's not like a challenging rhythm. It's a very like gentle. It's very groovy, in my opinion. So, hi, welcome. If you can hear the sound of my voice, you have successfully discovered Grandma Plays a Game. I'm Grandma. This is my channel where I play games. Sometimes I do talk shows, and sometimes, every Thursday, we watch Crash Course Black American History so that we can all be better informed to be better allies to the Black community and understand the actual history of a group of people who have been marginalized and nearly erased from our history teaching. And I say that as a former history teacher, realizing watching Crash Course Black American History how little I knew that was being passed down generation to generation in Black families and Black communities, and probably a lot of the reason that a bunch of white folks have no idea how inherently racist our country has been and returned to being, which is distressing to me because we were so close to finding our way out of it in the 60s and 70s, and then Reagan happened, and the Nixon Republicans took everything back. Take it all back, but we're not going to let them have it. It's ours, and we're keeping it. So on Sundays and Tuesdays, I stream from 12 to 3 p.m. Pacific time. Crowbatty, hi! Doing beadwork? Wow, that's very cool. And also very chill. But you love the vibes here? Well, thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate your keeping me company. The old lady likes company. And I like to entertain. So hopefully you find it entertaining. And I also like to rant about true things. So welcome in, welcome in. I appreciate all the company. There are warm cookies fresh out of the oven. There's a basket of extremely soft blankets that have been in the dryer, unless you live in a place that's super, super warm, in which case you can have one of the cooling mats to lie on. There's a pillow fort somewhere, or a pillow and blanket fort somewhere around here, a la community style. If you see Donald Glover, give him a hug from me. Genoa, have a happy lurk. Genoa has curled up on a blanket in the pillow fort. Somebody throw another blanket over them, would you? Sweet lurks, Genoa. Love you, my darling. No, I do not have the blanket command, Shrimpy. I'm in before. So anyway, on Sundays and Tuesdays, noon to 3 Pacific, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, I am streaming Sundays, Sexual Health is Mental Health Chat Show. Tuesdays, random games, whatever we choose. And our Thursday show, the Crash Course Black American History Watch Party playthrough. The entire playlist is Thursday evenings, 4 to 6 p.m. Pacific, which will be midnight to 2 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Those are the times you can always find me here unless you see something different on Twitter. You can follow me on Twitter. You can check out my YouTube. On my YouTube channel, you will find recommended educational channels. That's Grandma's Recommended Sex Ed. Unless I left Guile Level up there. Guile Level does not teach you about sex. Guile Level teaches you how to twitch better. how to be a better production manager of your show. So if you're still up there, got a level, I'm very sorry. Everybody else there, though, however, Mama Dr. Jones, Rena Malik MD, Dr. Lindsay Doe with Sexplanations, Pup Amp and Mr. Christopher with What's the Safe Word, Evie Lupine, I forget what her show's called, sorry, it might just be Evie Lupine, who is an asexual dom, which is something that I almost pursued this year. I was seriously considering looking for dom classes. Yep. Not all aces are sex repulsed. Get over it. That's not the norm. Oh, Shrimpy, look at you holding that sword. You almost got it picked up. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Here we go. So, on today's show, because my fabulous community has been helping us to raise funds, I just am not doing it right. Let's try this. That one. Woohoo! We are sponsoring a fundraiser for the Trevor Project. That's my Tiltify link. You can see, oh, I did it right this time. Right here. We have a $1,000 goal. And I honestly expect this campaign to go on for up to a year. We will not close the fundraising campaign until we have raised all $1,000. The other fundraiser we have going on is a little personal fundraiser for me. And if you can see my panels down below, there are explanations for everything. By the way, the Trevor Project is focused on preventing suicide among Pride young people. So young people who are questioning their place in the alphabet mafia, the LGBTQIA2 plus et al. Community. It's often very difficult for folks to talk about sex and sexuality. Another reason I have my chat show. But especially when you're a questioning teen and you don't have a home environment that supports you in questioning, or you don't have a home environment that will even discuss the fact that you have a libido and that sex is a desire just like your appetite and a desire that needs to be satisfied for your body's health, just like your appetite, and how to deal with yourself in healthy sexual ways, just like your appetite. You need to eat healthily and you need to feed your libido with healthy things, but necessary and good for your body. And remember, Grandma wants you to be your best lover, not just sexually, but yes, also sexually. Because if you can love you, then that's all the practice you need to love someone else. But if you can't do it for you, you have no authenticity when you try to go do that for somebody else. And I would like to help folks to normalize the idea that you don't always need a partner. Sometimes you just need a toy. And that many places in our culture have normalized using other human beings as toys. So let's not do that. And there you go. There's some links to find me on Twitter, to find me on YouTube. I do tend to drop my VODs to YouTube. I haven't been making clips lately, but I do need to get back into that. I've been trying to support so many of my fabulous friends out here on Twitch that I will often have 4 to 5 tabs open and bounce around in between communities just to make sure everybody gets that currency of my eyeballs and my earballs on your stream, because that's the currency I have to support you at the moment. So my fundraiser actually has 246 cookies in the cookie jar. And that means we have crested 2 community fundraiser goals. The first one being the community game stream, where we will play a community game. I saw that golf comment. Who made that earlier? I did see the golf comment. I will go find that again. Beep boop. And let's get the business out of the way. These will be the first 500 goals for both fundraisers. So as we meet them in one fundraiser, we'll add one event. And as we meet them in the other fundraiser, we will add a second iteration of that event. So we have currently achieved the community play a game stream, and the community chosen dating sim, which is today's show. If you can see in our category, we are playing Later Daters. I have set myself up a character here at Ye Olde, the retirement community home where we're going to find love in all the wrong places. Let's head over to our game. This is me. I am playing Ms. Cookie DeMint and my cat, Bubba. Is that all the business? Did I actually make it through all the business? My goodness. Okay, you want game volume? And if you have any issues with sound, please speak up. I've been making adjustments. I'm trying not to shout at my microphone. It picks me up just fine. We don't have any problems. Let's go play a game. I can't come back to OBS at all because as soon as I duck out of the game, it quits everything. So, here we go. You hear the phone ring. The sound is coming through the wall from Crystal's apartment. Hello? A teeny apartment with walls as thin as paper. Though the upside is if I take another fall, Crystal will hear it. I can't talk to you. No, I won't do that. Just leave me alone. You'll make it worse. I have to go. No, don't come here. A troubling phone call. This is probably the kind of thing Esther wants me to tell her about. I don't feel like being an informant. I shouldn't jump to conclusions like Esther. A knock at the door makes you jump. A visitor already? I hope they're bringing welcome food. I'm going to repeat the cat. Because I don't care if you can already hear him. Flops onto his back, ready for a belly rub from the knocking stranger. That would be... Well, Biff runs, but he does love belly rubs. My other kitty before Biff, Binky, she would... Do not touch the stomach. Do not. Oh, wait. What was that? And belly rubs for you, you old softy. You open the door and Crystal bustles in. Now, do I remember Crystal's voice? Crystal? I'm here to help you unpack. Yeah, I want to be a friend. I want to give her some space to step in and say something if she needs to. Wow, you really have a lot of boxes. That's my cat. Bigfoot is such a ham. If he can get attention, he'll do whatever. That's hilarious. Binky was funny. She would run to the door if she heard somebody and growl. And Biff is twice the size she was. He's a monster. And he is a fraidy cat, full square. Looks around. Yeah, it's a bit overwhelming. It's a good thing I came over, right, Bubba? Bends down to rub. Oh, that's sweet. She likes cats. Now let's get started. Opens the nearest box and pulls out a landscape painting of an old farmhouse. Ooh, you're an art aficionado. Actually, I'm the artist. The bigger the cat, the bigger the baby, right? Right? Really? That's amazing. Oh my gosh, in the bottom corner, that's Bubba chasing a butterfly. Was this your house? Yes, I miss it so much. I inherited it from my grandparents. It was the first home I ever had with enough rooms for a dedicated space for my artist studio. Sounds lovely. It was. Bubba loved it too. Their favorite pastime was chasing butterflies in the garden and stretching out in the big bay windows to bask in the sun. They even liked frolicking in the winter snow. What a cutie. Was it just you and Bubba in that big old house? Do I feel like talking about my bachelorhood? How should I answer? I'm not going to bare my soul day one. I think that's creepy. I think it's nice to sort of learn how to dance with other people. What if we share a fun but not too personal story? I just met Crystal 10 minutes ago. Maybe we'll have a personal heart-to-heart, but right now I'll stick to a safe yet entertaining story. Was it just me and Bubba? Mostly. Except for the ghost. Ghost? What happened? Bubba started acting like they saw things. I like how she refers to Bubba as they, not he. Things I couldn't see. Bubba would dash down the hall like they were chasing a toy or something, but nothing was there. And then one day, Bubba flopped down for a belly rub. But I was on the other side of the room. I walked over to them and saw, what? What did you see? Bubba's belly fur move like someone was already petting them. No way! It's true. I was scared, but then I remember what my grandparents used to tell me. That my great-great-great-great-grandpa Demint still lived in the house, even though he died a century ago. Oh, I can come back to the screen. Am I covering text? Dang it, I'm covering text. Let's do a quick... There we go. Move me up here. How about that? Yeah. Yeah, I see that so often in other streamers' streams, and then I forget to look at it for myself. Okay, here we go. Even though he died a century ago, I never believed them. I thought they were just trying to scare me, but what I saw that day convinced me. We were living with a friendly ghost. Well, that's a nice happy ending. So, what's your story? No story, just getting old and downsizing. Everybody our age has a story. Crystal just doesn't want to share. Though, if Esther has her way, we'll all find out Crystal's story soon enough. I love you, Genoa, for choosing this game. And for sending me this game. What a nice gift. What do we do? Click. I can see the floor. Oh, I can see the floor. Whoops. It looks just like mine. I do make her sound like Mickey Mouse, Jesus. They could have called this place Generic Geriatric Apartments. But GGA is such an awful acronym. It's not an acronym if it's not a word. It's an initialism. Did you know that? It's only an acronym if it's an acronym, if it makes a name, if it makes a word. Otherwise, it's called an initialism. Sounds like someone choking. Gah-gah. Oh my. Or Bubba coughing up a hairball. Cuts you a side eye as if to say, stop laughing. That face. Stop laughing at me. Yes, I did. I didn't say I never do them. I just said I hate them. Kind of like I don't like people being tardy, even though it's something I do all the time. Pulls out phone, silences it, and stuffs it back in her pocket. Hey, you want to get a coffee? Esther said there's always coffee and tea service in the dining hall. Free coffee is good coffee. Harun strides into apartment. What? What? Who invited you? Sees you and jumps. What? It's my apartment. Why are you startled? We're in my apartment, aren't we? I'm not in her apartment. We're in mine. I'm not that old. I'm not that confused. Did I push my glasses up when I said, well, actually, shrimp? Did I? I want to hope that that is just a natural reflex. What are we going to give him? Who are you? I'm Cookie. Who are you? What did you do with all my things? The place was empty when I moved in. Dang it. Okay, I'm gonna have to work on that mechanic. But this is my apartment. Harun, there you are. Stay back, Salema. These strangers could be dangerous. Slowly sets the box cutter on a chair. Woohoo. We're not dangerous. Honest. Shoots you and Crystal a pleading smile. Harun, these are the cleaners. They'll be finished soon. Always play along. Always play along. Please know this, when you're dealing with someone who has dementia, you can't talk them out of the reality that exists in their brains. And frankly, if that's what you're trying to do, you're kind of being a controlling asshole to make yourself comfortable. To be honest, you're not helping them at all. If you're going to walk somebody through a dementia episode, you go with them to it's just like teaching. You go with them to the place where they are, and you walk them through to the place where they need to be for their own health and safety. I have to click things twice. Oh, okay. Smiles gratefully at you. Let's leave them to their work and go for a stroll. Sorry I was gone, Grandma. I was taking balls to the face in Knockout City. So sorry. Balls to the face. Never a pleasant experience. I don't care who you are. But hey, get that Knockout City done. Get in there. Give as good as you get, Rizzle. You know I love you. I love your lurks. Links his arm through hers. I'm always up for a stroll with my beautiful wife. My beautiful wife. What was that all about? I'm not sure, but I don't think Harun is well. I hope they'll be okay. Oh, please don't mention this to any of the staff. Or Esther. I'm dying laughing. You are hilarious. Oh, Rizzle, thank you. I wanted to be a comedian. I'm so jealous that I Just Love Puzzles was actually a comedian. I told y'all I wanted to be a nun and to be a comedian nun. Especially Esther. They get overly concerned, and really, we're fine. Oh, baby, I love you so much, Rizzle Games. Suddenly dashes out the open door? Fucking Bubba. Bubba, no! My life. This my life. My now outdoor cat. Rizzle Games, I will never forget that you were there for the night. That first night when we were having that conversation on that rooftop in Hitman. You, me, and I think Blake Earl was the other person. That was... gave me all the confidence I ever needed to do my chat show. I love you for that. I really do. I love you for many other reasons, but that one, the conversation we had that day was awesome and honest, and I loved it. Oh no, I'm so sorry. That's okay. Baba won't get far. Crystal runs. What? He won't get far. Crystal runs down the hall after your cat. That was a great night. It was. Wait, slow down or you'll spook them. You chase Crystal around the bend and see... Pro Batty, I gotta go get my booster. Yay, good for you. Hey, I hope you have good self-care for after, just in case. The shots can hit people differently, and I always made sure to have chicken and star soup and extra garlic and lots of good, quick to heat up foods so that if I didn't feel well after my shots, I had easy self-care things that I could do to nurture me. Unless, of course, you have other people there with you who are part of that process. But good for you. Stay safe, stay healthy. If you can get a booster, get a booster. You chase Crystal round the bend and see sits in front of door looking calm. The fuck, Bubba? Immunocompromised, so all shots feel pretty yeah. The COVID ones are just like the others. Yes. I struggled with flu shots because I didn't know I was immunocompromised with my thyroid condition, undiagnosed. But I always knew that I felt like shit for days. Not flu shit, but just bad. Because my immune system does not like chicken wings. Oh yes, hot wings. Burn it out of your system. Until you get past a certain level, and then you realize that you're not allowed to eat spicy things, and not because you can't handle spice, but because you can't handle spice. I still love how everything tastes. Yeah, the thyroid, because it goes up, it fluctuates so much, so you never know where your immune system is until it tells you, I fucking hate life. Anyway, good luck to you. Self-care is important. Yeah, I love chicken and star soup. They changed the stars for a little while, and now they have on the packaging original stars, because everybody, those of us Gen Xers who grew up with chicken and star soup and flat ginger ale, that's a good cat. Don't move. Thanks, Crystal, but yeah, I want her to block his escape. Get over there. Get on the team, Crystal. And I'll reach for them slowly. Cocks head at music drifting out a slightly ajar door.
Love is strange, but so am I. I hold your hand, I feel like
I'm attracted. It must be a gay man. Please be a gay man. Jax.
This is magic, you and me.
I love this song. Scampers through door toward the music. Binky hated it when I would practice. I was a church accompanist for several years. And cantor. A cat on the move to the groove dances after Bubba. You know, I kind of like Crystal a little bit. I like this cheery upbeatness, although it does feel sort of like she's trying to avoid sadness. I had no idea Bubba was a classic rock fan. Is this classic rock? Musicians! This is ballad. I like this music. I don't care though. I mean, but classic categories are important. Follow Bubba and Crystal inside and carefully shut the door behind you. Yeah, keep Bubba trapped. Sits behind the man singing and playing the piano. Y'all have seen the TikToks and whatever of that little cat who rubs up under the beard of that guy playing the piano. Jesus fucking Christ, cut my guts out. I love it so much. Okay.
Love is strange, but so am I. I hold your hand, I feel
Oh,
like
fast in the speed life. Want to be with you tonight. You build me up. You break me right. Baby, you're my kryptonite. Super love, super love. Encore. So we let him sing while we should have been clicking through things. Because I'm slow. I'm old. Fuck off. What are we going to give him? With that singing voice? I've got this room for the next hour. Oh my gosh. If you're looking for Blair, his poker game starts after I leave. Not a second earlier. You're Jax Argo. I'm a huge fan. Squeals like a fangirl. I'm not squealing. Yeah, what? The devs are willing to make me a contrary old bitch. Nope, I'm hip. Let me get my ball cap on backwards and my skateboard. Hello, fellow youth. This is a dream come true. Can I have your autograph? Smiles graciously. I can't resist adoring fans. Oh my gosh, I'm Crystal, and this is Cookie. We just moved in today. You beam at Jax. I saw you perform in 83, 86, and 91. Oh my god, these people are my age. Shit, fuck, damn. Genoa! No, I didn't do drugs. Those were some good years. Oh no, I don't have a pen or paper for your autograph. I live in apartment 107. Come by and get an autograph anytime. No, y'all, you just have to Photoshop that shit. I give you permission right now. You know the meme, right? It's the Steve Buscemi meme. Hello, fellow kids. Well, go to Know Your Meme, KYM. Google it. KYM, Steve Buscemi, hello, fellow kids. That's so nice of you. We're right around the corner. I'm in 108 and Cookie's in 109. Well, Know Your Meme is going to be your resource from now on. Google everything starting with KYM. Add the M. Otherwise, delete your browser history. I need to support my voice. Okay. Jax can come to my room anytime. Oh, hello, Crystal and Cookie. I see you've met Jax. I hope they're not bothering you. The broken door lock is on the agenda for the next board meeting, but I'm afraid I can't do much before then. It's cool, Esther. So, did any of you see Selema this afternoon? She was booked after me to get her nails done at the salon, and she never arrived. Missy ended up giving her slot to Edna. Esther can fuck a duck. Selema with a grown-out manicure. I am shocked. This from Mr. I don't shave for a week because I am a bad boy rock musician. Touché. But no, Selema hasn't been in here. Looks at you as if to say, what do we tell her? I don't like to lie. I honestly prefer to let the truth be my lie. So let's, if this doesn't give me another option after this, we might have to replay this. Yes, we met her earlier. Oh, good. Where was she? She came to get her husband out of my apartment. Harun thought he lived there. Oh. Fuckity. We didn't get a second decision thing. Back? What do we tell her? Then I'm picking this one. We were just looking for my cat, Bubba. Bubba ran away? That's not fun on your first day here. No, it's not, but we found Bubba here. Y'all can hear that, right? The sound is up enough for you to hear that? Behind Esther and makes a run for it. Bubba. Okay, good. Not again. As you can see, open doors are Bubba's weakness. I'll tell the other residents to be on the lookout for a runaway cat. Calling over your shoulder as you run out. I'd appreciate that. Look, Bubba's heading back to your apartment. Yeah, I kind of like her company. She's not terrible. She's lovely. She's not mean or unkind or anything. Streaks past your door to the other end of the hall. Fucking Bubba. Don't worry, it's a dead end. Not missing a step, Crystal pulls out her cell, hits ignore, and repockets the phone. Good for you, honey. Have boundaries. Do you need to take that call? It's just a telemarketer. I love it. Spins in a circle and stops to face a glass door. Are you giving me the tour, Bubba? Pushes on the door and it opens. My cat. Ladies and gentlemen, my cat. My wingman. My cat is my wing. Seriously, Bubba can open doors now? Slips through the open door. I hope that door doesn't lead outside. I'm beginning to feel like Alice in Wonderland. Popping through doors, you close the door firmly and appearing in strange rooms. This is pretty. This artwork is unusual to me. I don't know that I've seen many things like this, although that kind of reddened nose on pale-skinned people is a little bit double fine. And that's not something that appeals to me. You move a dangling palm frond out of your face. A greenhouse isn't strange. It's one of ye oldies' many amenities. You sound like Esther. No, you actually read the pamphlet? There we go. Of course. I wanted to make sure I picked the best community. You really are excited about moving here. Sure. Aren't you excited? Maybe. I'll be excited once I find my cat. You spot Bubba on a wicker chair in the corner. Bubba, you tricky escape artist. Yawns, stretches, lies down, and falls asleep. Finally tired themselves out. Namaste. Startled, you jump up and turn to see gracefully rises from a yoga mat despite the walking cast on her foot. Hi, I'm Mariana. Mariana is lovely. I should do more yoga. I really should. Hi, I'm Crystal. And I'm Cookie. We just moved in. Are you two a couple? No, we just met today. We're neighbors, apartments 108 and 109. Of course. There were 2 units available this month. Oh, I hope she is too, shrimp. Everyone is really going to miss Fran and Edwin, but we all have to go when it's our time. Oh, gosh. Am I sleeping where someone just died? Fran is better off in the assisted living wing of the building, and Edwin moved into the Herschel Avi Dickstein eldest suites to be with his girlfriend. Nobody died. Whew. Oh, someone has died in your apartment. Just not Fran or Edwin. So, friendly ghost or unfriendly? I suppose that depends on how you treat them. I love her. Please let me remember this voice. Them? Are there multiple ghosts in my apartment? I have no idea. I just didn't want to assume the ghost's gender identity. Come on, you gloomy gusses. No more talking about death. You know, I looked into living at Dickstein Elder Suites, but they didn't have such a big, beautiful greenhouse. I know, isn't it heavenly? My favorites are the daisies. Reminds me of making daisy chains with my husband during the summer of love. And the cactus, just like the ones I saw on a trip to Mexico with my late wife. You were married to a man and a woman? Not at the same time, but yes. I like it. Sounds like you were lucky in love. That's a great way to look at it. The expressions changing in the speech boxes. I love it. And I agree. I was lucky to be married twice. Some people don't ever find love. Like me. Oh, I should have played as a gay man. I should have played as a gay man. I don't have a problem dying alone. Okay, we're coming to the hour mark. I'm saving right here. I'm saving right here. Okay, we do need to find this music. I will buy it if it gives me license to play it. Genoa is fucking brilliant for choosing this game. Genoa, I love you so much. Wait, how did that get so sad? They were just talking about their lives. I made it sad. that was all the streamer input. Just talking about their lives. And I made it sad because my therapist last year asked me if I thought I would ever fall in love again. And it kind of wrecked my whole worldview because having been alone for 25 years, I kind of figured this is just where I was going to be. And then I kind of felt like it might be nice to fall in love again. But I live in an area where this is a very isolated region and not a whole lot of influx of new people. And as we say here, A, the chances are good, but the goods are chancy. And B, people around here don't get divorced. They just lose their turn because small town living. And also you have a lot of people who don't understand monogamy at all, even if their partner thinks they do. So, that's another reason it's kind of fun to play this game. But I might have my little wistful moments as we go through. So let's go to a quick on the hour break. We'll come right back, and I think we'll go ahead and I still have some energy. If y'all are game to carry on with the game, it can be. I almost think sometimes, though, Rizzle, that it's sad to normalize the very few relationships that end up being decades-long companionship plus everything else. And maybe that's just been my life experience, that I tend to, every 7 years, roll up a new character and take on a new dungeon. I don't have friends from childhood. I don't have friends from high school. I don't have friends from college. I don't have friends from QVC. I don't have friends from the military. I barely have the same friends from my church group that I was very invested in when I first moved here, I change a lot. And I think it's okay for people to be in relationships that way too. And being monogamous a point at a time, a relationship at a time. But some guys just like getting their dicks dusted by anybody they can con into it. So, again, people who seek partnered sex when what they really need is a good toy and the ability to actually show themselves love, tenderness, and everything they want from a partner. So all of that said, well, and Shrimp Army, you have an amazing example too. I mean, there are couples I've met in my life who really invest in their marriage the way you would a full-time job. And the people, the friends I've had, the friends I've had, the people I've known who are in those relationships really do understand that it's not like we complete each other and we're 100%. No, I'm 100, you're 100. Sometimes I'm 80, sometimes you're 80. And we both have to continue to work at being our best selves together and to continue to reinforce the values and goals and desires that we have. But every single one of those couples has either once or twice a month, or like one couple once a week, scheduled date night. This is our time for us. Fuck the world. This is us. We're going to enjoy each other's company and all about us. Reinvesting in that love. And that's that I choose you every day moment. I choose you. And I know too many women now who are my age in, that mid 40 to mid 50 range saying, if he goes, never again. Never again. I'm over it. So I don't know. I'm not dead yet. And I've said before that I could meet somebody tomorrow and still have 20 years of amazing bliss. I hope 40 years if I live as old as my grandmother, of amazing, blissful, companioned life with somebody. I think it's rough for everyone right now. You think of all of those teens even who were out of school for all that time and all of that lost social life. I think everybody for the last 2 years has had it heckin' rough. So we'll discuss all of that more on the Sunday show. So I'm going to take you all over to the break screen and I will be RE. have returned. Let's bring everything back up to the big screen, shall we? Hi! If you can hear the sound of my voice, you have successfully discovered Grandma Plays a Game. I'm Grandma. This is my channel where I play games. And hopefully this is a place where you can come by on Sunday afternoon, Tuesday afternoon, and Thursday evening. Spend some time with the old lady. Eat some cookies fresh out of the oven. Wrap yourself in a nice, cozy, soft blanket and settle down in the pillow fort. Be a little lurker for a while. You can say hi and chat if you want to. I would love to see your name, see your beautiful username in my chat, but you don't have to. I just appreciate your being here. Stopping by and sharing the love. Because that's what we're doing today. We're trying to get Grandma to fall in love. Well, not me. My altered self in Later Daters. Cookie DeMint. Thank you, Pone Tony. That's just a brilliant name. I love it so much. So that's what we're doing today. This is a community fundraiser goal achievement unlocked. We have 2 fundraisers going. Our first fundraiser is for the Trevor Project. The Trevor Project is invested in preventing suicide in young Pride youth. So for all young people who are already far more likely to be prone to suicide now than in any generation previous because of the state of our world and the state of acceptance in our world, but especially when you see what's happening at Pride gatherings around this country, the abject hatred that certain groups have for anything to do with Pride or questioning or understanding a love dynamic that does not satisfy their patriarchal identities. I think it's harder and harder and harder for young people to not feel like, why am I even existing? So the Trevor Project is there with phone, text, chat, social media presence, and much, much more. So we are currently conducting a $1,000 fundraiser. So that fundraiser will carry on. It's not just for Pride Month. I started it during Pride Month so that we could put a focus on the reason for the project. For any person celebrating Pride who is no longer a teen or young 20-something, folks like the Trevor Project are invested in making more people like you still be alive. Our second fundraiser is personal to me, and that is I am 2 payments away from having housing security at a level I have not had since I was a teenager. I've rented my entire life, and plague was difficult for me financially. The last few months since I had to quit my second job have been especially difficult, so I am asking for some help. It's hard to ask for help, but we have 246 cookies in the jar to our 500 cookie goal. Every little helps. You can check my panels down below. I know everybody probably who comes in here, we all have fundraisers. Everybody I know has a fundraiser going. And if I feel sometimes like the $10 I give this person is going to go to $10 to that person is going to come back around to me. And so we're all just recycling the same $10 donation, but that's still making bankers money. No, that's still a moment that says one of the things about living at the smallest, skinniest end of the income scale is it's not only an insult to not have enough to live a very frugal life, it's insulting to not even be able to give. To just go, I don't even have sometimes that 2 cents. And I desperately want to support the people I love. So, for all of us who are in that boat. Let's keep supporting one another with our eyeballs and our earballs and being viewers in one another's channels, because you spend time with me, you pay me attention, and that will always be enough. Do not need to do any more. But I have causes that are near and dear to my heart. The Trevor Project, my own housing security, and you never get what you never ask for. So who knows? Who knows who has friends who love to support causes and are happy to join in and support. And I also believe that this little tiny channel is constantly growing. We always have new people coming in and new faces showing up. That's what I love about doing this work. I love streaming as my second job. Now, I have another job that I do 4 days a week. But I'm trying to make this a viable second job so that I can make decisions about my primary job. And hopefully navigate an educational work from home sort of deal. But futures be futures. Today is today. And today we are celebrating the $200 community goal. See that 246 cookies? That means we did 2 community goals for our fundraisers. Do you want to see what they are? Here, I will show you. And let me show you what they are. So for the first $500, that will be for both fundraisers. Each time we hit one of these goals, we will create a new iteration of that community reward. So we've hit 100 and 200 in one fundraiser. So today we're playing the Chosen Dating Sim, which is Later Daters. Hello, Florida. Later Daters, where we're looking for love and romance in Ye Olde, the senior retirement living facility. When we get to 300, we'll do a ridiculous game, like as dumb as fuck. The most like whatever stupid Barbie game. I don't care. The community will vote for it. That will all happen in Discord. Then we can do an anime game at 400, and at 500, I will let you choose a horror game. And I even put that in for the 500 mark, which means I will have to do 2, because I know we will meet our goals for both of these fundraisers. Hey, Rocky, how are you doing? That was an adorable picture. Boy band all the way. Love it. Happy to see you here today, Rocky. I hope your day has gone well. We're talking about the goals, the community goals that we're looking to reach for our fundraisers. Now, my fundraiser is stopping on the 30th of June, regardless of how much is raised. It will also stop at 500. So once it hits 500, I will shut it down, and there will be no more donations allowed to that. So the Trevor Project fundraiser will carry on to $1,000. And so if you want to see those goals, I had to do it like this. So it's Cash App at Grandma's Cookie Jar, and the Stream Elements tip jar for me, for mine, is at the RV picture in my panels. It's also listed as a hyperlink in the panels. If you want to donate to Trevor Project, you can use the Tiltify link. You might not have that on your screen. Let me give that to you. The Trevor Project link is here at Tiltify, so you can use that one. Everything is welcomed. So if you want to have some real fun, bring a friend to the Sunday show where we discuss sexual health is mental health. This coming week, it will be called Getting Back to Basics. We will be talking about not only biology and physiology and anatomy, we'll be talking about how we get 3D printed in utero and what really is gender, sexuality, and all of that stuff. Words are important. Definitions are important. And I want all of us to be spreading the accurate science-based information so that we can all understand not only ourselves, but be more appreciative of our friends and our Pride community together. So when we get that Trevor project over $500, 600 will be an AMA, 700 karaoke, 800 I will do a D&D one-shot where I GM a one-shot for anyone in my community who wants to play D&D on my Discord. And there you go. That link will expire in less than 6 hours. 4, I think. If we get to 900, I have some friends who are willing to teach me how to twerk. We will not be streaming that. We will do that with multiple cameras on Discord, and the community can join in. As many people who want to get twerk lessons can get twerk lessons. If we get to $1,000, and so that's why I'm kind of hoping this takes a year so I have enough money to buy a second camera, I will do a cooking stream for you. You don't even know. You do not even know the cook that I am. Absolutely, Rocky. I had to wait for payday to take care of some donations to friends that I wanted to make. I'm not going to remind you. When you have the cracker crumbs to give, I know how it feels. I'm in the same damn boat. That's why I was just finished saying, everybody I know is broke. None of us have enough extra. But whatever I have, I'll give it to you in June. And you can give it back to me in July, and I'll give it back to you. And we just keep supporting one another through all of this period of time so that we can all not only feel like we're doing slightly more than surviving, but also that we're doing our best to help support one another. And that's what community is for. Otherwise, why fucking do this? Why stream? I love that Betty Nix at one point said, and I love this. I loved this interview that she did. I'm pretty sure it was actually on YouTube. She said, Twitch is a lot like GoFundMe, but better. Better entertainment. More entertaining GoFundMe, I think is what she said. We are family. We are. Well, not family. I mean, because I don't actually like my family. Found family is best family. I have one member of my family that I still have connection with. But yeah, the cultism that is sweeping the US nation is kind of terrifying, and a pandemic of another sort. Yes, I bet you do. I know lots of people who do, Rocky. I'm so happy to have you here. You are a delight. That's why you have that diamond. What a pretty diamond you have next to your name, Rocky. Shall we go do some more wooing? Shall we go do some more wooing, y'all? Are you with me, chat? Are you with me? I honestly didn't think we were going to keep going on this game. And I had Dishonored all lined up because I did pick up all the Dishonored Shrimp Army games. You here for it. You here for it. I don't know. I don't know who I'm going to be interested in, because hopefully this game does not consider what I put at the beginning as absolutes in what I've set. That I might be able to choose anybody of any type. But I'm going to forget all these voices. Shit, I've watched other streamers do this. Dodger, help me. Oh, thank you. Where is he? Now that he's allowed outside, he's not going to be doing cameos as often, I guess. Okay, are we ready? Old pictures of you. Yeah, I said if we get to our AMA goal at 600 for Trevor Project, I will give you guys the photo show. One of these days, I really should give you the photo show from my Google Photos so you can see the food I make. I make damn good food. I'm an excellent personal chef for me. Okay, game sound is on. Let me know if you can't hear it. I need to buy this music. This is adorable. Like me. Oh, shit. That's why it got serious, Rizzle. I think I'm just going to say I'm fine being single because that's kind of where I am now. Oh, Rocky. What is that? What's that? Is that Perdicious? Oh my goodness, there's another young streamer I haven't had the chance to catch while I'm trying to make sure I support all of my... Okay, I'm fine being single. Oh, look, mint and chamomile. Now I'm craving tea. I also grow rose hips, passion flower, and lemon balm for my homemade tea. Come over any time for a cup or two. I'm in apartment 106. You can't see the game? Did I forget to change the thing? Grandma! Thank you. Like me. But I'm fine being single. Oh, look, mint and chamomile. Now I'm craving tea. I also grow rose hips, passion flower, and lemon balm for my homemade tea. Come over any time for a cup or two. I'm in apartment 106. There you go, Shrimpy. All the mod points for you today. Thank you. What a generous invitation. Thank you. Whoa, is that plant marijuana? Oh, yes, that would make good tea, too, but it's not mine. Oh, hi, Albert. Meet our new neighbors, Cookie and Crystal. Pleasure to meet you both. Motions to the bird on his shoulder. And this is Gabby. Gabby, you're so snazzy. Oh God, she sounds like Crystal. Polite and handsome. I like Albert already. That's a big parrot. Actually, she's a cockatoo. She's very pretty. Pretty bird. Pretty birdie. Pretty birdie. Cookie, have you found your cat? Esther told us to keep an eye out for them. Oh, yes. Bubba is taking a nap right there. Motions to the wicker chair where Bubba sleeps. Kitty, kitty. Wakes up startled and sees Gabby looking down on them. Freaks out and jumps over the marijuana plant through the open window. Fucking Bubba. No! Bubba's upped the escape game to include windows. Points to the door that leads outside. Go that way. You should be able to catch them in the courtyard. Bubba bounds right into the path of a man walking while shuffling a deck of cards. Look out, cat! Does not look out and collides with Blair's feet. Jumps back and drops cards. Shit! Pounces playfully on the falling cards. Did you hear him go? You reach for Bubba, but they escape your grasp and pounce on another card. I'm going to be funny about it. Oops, Bubba loves playing 52 pickup. My brothers used to always ask me, you want to play cards? Brothers. Well, he better get good at it. Scrambles to pick up cards. This is my lucky deck. If I lose these cards, I'm in for a downswing. Helps pick up cards. Oh, are you Blair? The guy who runs the poker games? The one and only. You two looking to buy in? No, I'm not going to tell him I'm a shark. That's not what you do. That's not how you do with poker. No. Maybe. If the stakes aren't too high. What's the buy-in? It depends on the game. Sometimes we roll high, sometimes low. I like to shake it up. Keep things interesting. Shake it up. So, you play for money? Not always. Sometimes we play for DVDs, or cupcakes, or knit scarves. Carefully stalk Bubba, who is stalking a fluttering card. Anything of value can go into the pot. You had me at cupcakes. She really does that. I didn't know I could do Mickey. I've never done Mickey Mouse. I don't like Disney. I've never gambled with baked goodies, but it just so happens I'm an excellent baker. Sweet. So, this is Blair. Yeah, I think let's just keep this mild. I'm playing this mild today. He's not as bad as Esther made him sound. Gotcha! You snatch Bubba just as a gust of wind blows the rest of the cards away. Oh! There goes my winning streak. You! What's your name? Cookie. You'll have to make this up to me, Cookie. Oh, he's aggressive. No, I don't. It was a silly accident. True. You don't have to make it up to me. But you might want to. Oh, I like the writing. Crystal kind of looks like my grandma. Less Mickey, more... Oh, Carol Burnett. I loved Carol Burnett. People used to tell me I looked like Carol Burnett. That's how I knew I wasn't pretty. That's not a threat. Ah, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I'm a super nice guy. Don't tell me you're a nice guy. Never tell anybody you're a nice guy. You're all nice guys until you stop being nice guys. That's why we can't fucking tell you apart. I'm just saying that getting on with me would make your life here at Yoldi better. That still sounds like a threat. Hardly. That was a friendly proposition. It's crazy. Crystal does kind of look like your grandma. Now that I think about it. Yeah, Am I going to be apologetic for the fact that I didn't like your tone? No. No. The reason we play games is so that we can actually try to do things we don't normally do in real life. Hate to see your version of unfriendly. Yes, you would. Blair is scary. I mean, I feel like he's gonna, like, pull out a knife. Your grandma is definitely not gay. Is Crystal gay? Yeah. I mean, I'm glad I picked... I'm kind of glad they gave me such good visuals. That I could pick voices... before I actually saw dialogue. That's good. That's good gaming. Dining room is all yours, Blair. Sees Bubba. Oh, good. You found Bubba. Aw, there's the cutie. Safe and sound. No, Bubba, come back. Runs around the corner of the building. I don't know, but I want her to be gay. You know what? I think everybody should surprise people. You chase after them. Bubba? Bubba! Oh god, my own cat is going to answer to that. That might not work out well for us. I like it when people are surprising and different, and I don't feel like it's important to live in a world, like I say, I don't know that it's necessarily normative for people to remain satisfied in coupled partnerships for decades at a time, when as you grow your values change, your libidos change. That's what we talked about this past Sunday, that as you age, libidos shift. And it's not just women stop being interested in sex, because I will tell you that when more than 60% of women in partnered relationships are not having climaxes during partnered sex, there's a big reason libido can not be there, because it's not a satisfying experience. So why are you going to continue to pursue it? But as people grow and change, attractions change too. If the foods you eat change, if one appetite is capable of shifting dramatically over the course of a decade, the other appetite is just as likely to shift dramatically over the course of a decade. Ta-da! You run around the building, scanning the front grounds for your cat. Baba! Who's Baba? You turn to see Harun and Salema. They're my cat. We haven't seen a cat out here. What? They couldn't have gotten far. You turn to see the other residents have caught up to you. Oh God, don't make me switch all of these voices. I can call the local animal shelters, let them know to be on the lookout for a lost cat. He's up a tree, and he points in the direction of the sound. Over there! You turn to run toward Bubba's meow, but trip and fall down. Ow! Neil's beside you. Is it your vertigo? No, I just tripped. Yup, there's the culprit. Nope, that's not. He's not Scottish. Whatever. I told management that needed to be fixed. You try to get up, but your ankle gives out and you fall back down. Oh, great. Now I'm impaired. It's probably just a sprain, but we should get you to the nurse. Helps you up. Thank you, Albert. Supports your other side. Thank you, Esther. But, Bubba, we'll keep looking for them. Oh, and she refers to Bubba as them, just like I do. Okay, Crystal is showing good compassion. I like that. Oh, okay, thanks. And with Albert and Esther's help, you limp inside. It's only 2:30. Hang on. Okay. Okay, this is fun. This is really an adorable game. Are you all enjoying this? Crazy. I'm trying to make sure it's not going to be 80 degrees in here, but our weather has been so fickle. Maybe the nurse is hot. Shrimp Army, I love you so much. I really do. You're fabulous. Okay. All right. Let's see if we can get Grandma laid. What? So much for my doctor's advice. He said a retirement community would be better for my mental and physical health. Yeah, right. It's only my first day, and I'm in a wheelchair. It's just a sprained ankle, but you should stay off your feet for the rest of the afternoon. And use the wheelchair footrest to keep your ankle elevated. Yeah, I think you should, Shrimpy. We'll make sure Cookie does that. Thanks, Patricia. Foot up. Good. Here we go. Pushes your wheelchair out of the infirmary. I'm in a wheelchair and Bubba is missing. What a terrible day. Well, would you look at that? What? Oh! What? Oh, they're all trying to get the cat back. Look, he's got the cards on a string. Oh my goodness, that's adorable. Everybody is... Jax is singing because the cat showed up for when he was singing. Oh. Blair dangles some cards taped to a string like a toy and calls out, "Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. I got some nice cards for you to pounce on." Nailed it. Hands cushion to Salema and Harun. Bubba really likes these cushions. Spread them around and see if they'll come lie down on one. Salema and Harun place cushions around the courtyard. Yeah, the nurse had no face. Bubba loves your singing, Jax. Maybe they'll come to the sound of your beautiful voice. Not mine. Okay. Worth a shot. Oh, Bubba, come back home. Or home. Or home. Nope, I missed that. That triad died. It was not a noble death. Wow, they're all trying to coax Bubba back here. It went minor when it shouldn't have. Sorry. That's sweet. It is sweet. Oh. That meow is super cute. My meow is better, but that meow is super cute. Bounds up to Jax, rubbing against his leg and purring. Then races over to Blair and pounces on the cards. Finally jumps onto a cushion and settles into cat loaf position. This game. Genoa? Bubba! You came back! Races over to you and jumps in your lap in the wheelchair. Wow! Thanks, everyone! Glad we could help. No problem, but you still owe me for the cards. Oink. No more lucky deck, eh, Blair? Finally, somebody else will have a chance to win at poker. As I said, Cookie, ye olde is a closed community. We're all here for you. No, communal living is bad. At the end of the day, that's why I never joined any of the convents. I am not designed to cohabitate with other humans. And I think why I have never pursued marriage and why I've never decided that that was a better life than the one I have. Okay, we're going to keep going. We might go to... Hey, Shrimpy, are you able to stay till 3:30 if I keep going? I know you're going to say yes. I know you're going to say yes. Okay, Bubba. I've elevated and iced my ankle all afternoon. Thank you, Shrimpy. Let's see how it feels now. Bubba's concerned. Don't worry. I'll use the cane Mariana lent me. You pick up the cane and take a couple gentle steps. Yeah, this one. Doable, but I feel so old using a cane. Now, who could that be? You hobble to the door and open it. Hello, Cookie. I hope I'm not bothering you, but I wanted to give you this. Hands you a pet collar. There's a tracker in it. So, if Bubba ever escapes again, you'll be able to find them easier. Oh, thank you. That's very thoughtful of you. Well, I know how stressful it is to have a wandering loved one. Good night. Keeping an eye on Bubba to make sure they don't escape again, Salema slips out the door. Salema? Should that be a long E? Anybody want to look that one up for me? And check pronunciation? Should it be Salem or Salem? I know Salam, Salam alaikum. But that's A, that's not Salem. I think it's Salem. I mean, as long as he isn't bothering everyone, let him roam the campus. You! Who knows if he's bothering people if you can't see him? You bend down and put the collar on Bubba. Now I'll never lose you again, Bubba. That little face. I wonder if Harun has Alzheimer's. I think wandering is a symptom. Well, Bubba, now that I'm back on my feet, I might as well keep unpacking. I know they're around here somewhere. You open a box. Inside are multiple pairs of crocheted slippers. Nope, not that one. You open another box. Inside are framed photos. My life in a box. Ah, now is not the time to get sentimental. Where are they? I knew I should have labeled these boxes. You open another and find... Finally! Treats! Yes. Some for me. Pull out a tin of cookies. And some for you. Pull out Bubba's treats. Bounce over to you and the treats. Open bag and give Bubba a treat. Running all over ye olde made you hungry, huh, Bubba? Munch, munch, munch. Well, we sure met a lot of people today. Like Jax Argo. Can you believe we met Jax Argo in person? It's so incredible that he lives here, and he said I could come by for an autograph. Maybe I should do that now. There's still a couple hours before bedtime. I have time for a visit before calling it a day. Although one thing you find out over 50 is bedtimes vary dramatically. Open lid to cookies. Look from cat to cookies. Right, Bubba. It would be nice to bring these to Esther to thank her for welcoming us to ye olde. Plus... Yeah, I do want to get to know her better. Just because I don't like her right now with the way she wants gossip and stuff like that doesn't mean I shouldn't get to know her better. However, Crystal was super helpful. Crystal was way the fuck more helpful than Esther. We'd still be sitting on boxes if she hadn't come by earlier to help me unpack. Still, that phone call she got sounded tense. Maybe I should do what Esther suggested and check on Crystal. Just bring her cookies as a thank you. Mind my own business. I think we should check on Crystal because she went out of... I've never just gone out of my way and offered to help somebody unpack a bunch of moving boxes. Un momento, por favor. Okay, nope, that was not his lordship. Okay. I think Crystal not only helped us unpack our boxes, but went the extra mile and was helping us to round up Bubba. But I don't like that the phrasing on this is do what Esther suggested, like we're gonna go snoop on Crystal. Just bring her the cookies as a thank you. But Albert also earned gratitude cookies for helping me to the nurse and pushing me in that wheelchair. He is a sweet man. I can befriend somebody with a parrot. I don't want to live with you. And there's Blair. I owe him, but I have no idea what, when, or how he plans to collect. Oxford commas are important. Oh, are we going to find Blair and play? Better to find out now than wait for the other shoe to drop. I don't know that I should stay away from him. I'm open to everybody until you show me that you're mean or unkind or uncompassionate. I have room for you. Maybe not the same room I have for somebody who's like going to help me unpack boxes and chase my cat down. I like games. I don't know that I want to go find Blair. No, I'm not sure I want to find out. Well, okay, that's actually a good point. Do I want to just go find out now, then wait for the other shoe to drop? Though a cup of tea with Mariana... Oh, a cup of tea with Mariana trumps all of that. That's like having a cup of tea with I Just Love Puzzles. In. Everybody else can fuck off. Thank you, though. You're nice people, but fuck off. I get to have tea. And I could ask her more about the dating scene here at Ye Olde. Yeah, she seems to have the lay of the land here. What do you think, Bubba? Who should I visit tonight? Chat, do you all want a voice in this? Or are you just all hanging out in lurk? I don't even know who's here. Oh my goodness. Hi, everybody. Hi, all you lurkers. I love you. Lurkers are my favorite people. You are the currency. No, we have more people here than I thought. I thought it was just you and me, Shrimpy. You and me and Rizzle. Jenma, are you still here? Go to sleep. Oh, your kids are going to be home soon. So you can see my choice. So if you are here and you can hear the sound of my voice or you've been following this story at all, I know. And I also feel very comfortable in the presence of confidently sexual black women. Because I want to be that. Sorry. The truth came out on the Tuesday afternoon at 8 minutes before 3. I do. As much as I feel that I channel an inner gay male, I feel that I also like hope to grow within myself that powerful black woman I met as a child who influenced me greatly. Let's go see Mariana. Also, I kind of like doing her accent. I kind of took that Shora Agdashlu variations on a theme of Shora Agdashlu. Okay, let's go see Mariana. Tin of cookies in hand, you knock on Mariana's door. Oh, hi, Cookie. Come for some tea? Yes, thanks. And I brought cookies. That's sweet. Come in, come in. If I had to pick a dude, I'd pick what? You would? Well, you would. You would. You like danger and challenge and things that scare me. The water's already boiled, so. She holds up 2 glass jars with homemade labels. Do you want some soothing chamomile tea or fresh mint and rosehip tea? Yeah, I would totally head for Jack's. Mint. Mint is very good for the breath and digestion. Breath. I do have my own teeth. Jax is a musician, though. Typical. Musicians are never typical. Fresh breath is always appreciated. She scoops 2 spoons full of tea into an infuser and fills the teapot with water. So, is Bubba all tuckered out after today's adventure? Yep, little scamp made a lot of friends today. Bubba has the right idea. Get out there and meet people. I think meeting people is easier for Bubba. There's not as many social rules or emotional barriers to navigate when you're a cat. Have you ever seen the video, All Cats Are Autistic? If you Google it, you'll find it. You think it'd be easier if we humans could just sniff each other's butts and get on with things? Maybe. Look at the blush. Or what about a helpful manual for ye olde? Handy tips for meeting your new neighbors, friends, partners, lovers, and enemies. A good one. I'm sure if you suggested it to Esther, she'd make that manual happen. This one's interesting. I think the game is trying to get me to play my hand. This feels like a card game. It really feels like a card game. And I should have a degree in pinochle because that's pretty much all I did my freshman year of college. Esther seems very helpful like that. That's a true statement. Let's do that one. That's one interpretation of Esther, though. Hope you washed your hands. Since you're here having tea with me, would you like my advice? Yes, advice, please. Okay, then. First, meeting people at Yoldi starts with leaving your apartment, which you've done. Oh, pinochle. Don't pee on your hands. Step 1 complete. People here are generally pretty friendly, so feel free to say hi and strike up a conversation. Whenever and wherever, in the dining room, the courtyard, or even the hallway. What if conversing with strangers is not one of my many talents? Then I suggest you go to some oldie activities or events. It's easier to talk to people when there's something going on to talk about. Plus, people here are always interested in the new person moving in. I don't know that I'm interested in some people here quite yet. Tell me about the activities and events. There are movie screenings, open mic nights, and potlucks, to name a few. Plus regular activities run by residents. For example, I lead meditation and yoga classes. Blair organizes card games. Salema and Harun host poetry readings. Jax really likes those. Esther referees sports and schedules community tournaments. Doing voices is harder than you think, yo. Especially when you're just making up fucking accents. I love it though. This is why I'm here. This is why I'm here, y'all. This is why I'm here. This is my inner actress. She wanted this. So Esther is sports and scheduling. That's probably why we don't like have that simpatico. It's not my vibe. And Albert and I look after the greenhouse. Oh, so she Wow, lots of stuff to do. And plenty of opportunities to meet people. So, who do you want to know more about? I really want to know more about Blair. Okay, we're not even 3 o'clock, y'all. I really want to know what the deal is with Blair. All right, I'm going to give y'all a minute to say something because I know chat's... Oh, this is the new one. By the way, y'all, this stuff... Best shit ever. Yeah, see, Shrimpy, you wanted to get to know more about Blair. This is how we do it. We don't go ask Blair. Go to a third party. Get those third party cookies. Okay. I guess I'm not going to get to have sex with anybody on the first episode, so we'll have to wait for that. Maybe I could have pushed it. I kind of like... On this one, on this first playthrough of this game, getting to learn the devs, because that's the thing you do on a first playthrough of a game to me, is I get to learn the dev style. Because that's the golfer in me. I golfed for years. I learned to golf in high school and carried on all through the military, played tournaments. When you golf, you're never playing against your opponents. You really aren't. You're playing against the course designer. And that's why golf exists. Now, if you're playing with other people, then yes, you can compete against them. But at the end of the day, they never make you worse at golf. When you play golf, I have a whole essay written about this from a very Christian standpoint. About that's how to Christian as well, as you're never competing against other people. You're playing against the designer and trying to be the best at the game they designed for you. Take that as you will. I'm gonna go find out about Blair. Blair is a lot of fun. He likes games of all kinds. Poker, pool, pickleball. I just found out about pickleball this past year with my friend who did distribution at the Farmers Food Hub. Never heard of it. Apparently a lot of older people really enjoy that game. Hanging out with him is never boring. I just like getting to know people before I date them, which is why online dating kind of... Yeah, it does. Getting to know people like that I would rather do like that video kind of a thing and just be like, let's hang out for a little bit or play a game with someone. You learn so much about another human being by how they play a game. Playing games with people should be the go-to dating strategy. I want to know what pickleball is. Only the greatest court sport of our generation. Come to the courtyard tomorrow and watch a game. Her computer rings. Oh, that's Rob. Tonight's our weekly video chat. It's been nice chatting with you, Cookie, but I have to go. Of course. Thanks for the tea. Ooh. Who's Rob? Although you play certain games with me, you might think I'm an evil asshole. Well, some people are into that, Shrimp. Some people don't mind that aspect of another person's personality. As long as they know it's there, but you sneak that up on somebody and they will fucking go. Baba, I'm home. Runs over and sprawls on the floor at your feet for a belly rub. Rub Bubba's belly. Give me the animation for this. Wait, did I just call this generic geriatric apartment home? He's so cute. Huh. I guess that's progress. I still miss our house, but if home is where the heart is, well, that's me right now, for real, for real. I have you and some potential new friends, so maybe this place isn't so bad. Muffled from inside her apartment. I don't know, Lise. But I need some earplugs. I'm worried about what he'll do. But I have to show up. If I don't, what if he comes here? What if who comes here? I knew Crystal was annoyed with whoever kept calling her, but now she sounds scared, too. Is the mysterious caller dangerous? I feel safe here so far, but... Oh, okay. I will. Love you too. Good night. First thing tomorrow, I'm going to... mind my own business, because you don't tell people you can hear them through eavesdropping. I shouldn't read so much into Crystal's phone calls. You don't know what it is. Eavesdropping is bad. Gossip is bad. No. It could just be a harmless disagreement. It's her choice. She can do what she wants. If she wants help, she'll ask you. Yet I'm reacting like it's an episode of Murder, She Wrote. Bum, 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 bum. Relax, Cookie. Get some sleep. Oh, we went over to Mariana's and asked her if she wanted some cookies. Would you like a cookie? And figure it out in the morning. That was one day. Oh my lord. That was one day?
Later, daters. La 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 la. It doesn't matter how old you get. You want a little action 'cause you're not dead yet. Later, daters, you know you want it. Bring the drama, Grandma. I see you over there in the dining hall. My heart skips a beat and my blood pressure falls.
Crown her queen. Hello, my love. Hello, queen. Oh, how is it? It's wonderful. This is really well written, and the music should sell the game. People who create this music. I'm gonna let you listen. Well done, Shrimpy.
Talk to me some more. say is a beautiful time. The sunset is a beautiful time of day. Later daters, later daters, later daters. La 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 la.
Genoa is moving, and I need some backup to make sure that Genoa has all the freedom she needs to not feel pressured to be here for me. Yeah, it's gone at the end of the stream.
It doesn't matter how old you get. You want a little action 'cause you're not dead yet. Later,
There you go.
later,
Yep,
you
new
know
girl.
you want it. Bring the drama, grandma.
I want to start the next
See you
episode.
over there in the dining hall. My
Yeah,
heart's
Queen,
racing
if you ever
and
want to
my
be
blood pressure
an owner of a sword in my channel, I know you do that for so many other channels. I see so many people, you, Knits by Ice, and other folks. I know that you have jobs with other people. So I'm going to do...
Do it.
I want consent. I want consensual moderation, please. Because I think I scared a few people when they showed up and they're like, what the hell am I doing with a sword? I was like, because Pride Month, and I was told that I was going to get slammed, and I know this is going to be a difficult month for Genoa. Okay, I'm going to just do a... We're not bio-breaking at all. On your second day at Ye Olde, it's time to join a social club. Oh, this is very anime adjacent. Will you choose based on the activity or who's in the club? This is a psych experiment. After all, this is your chance to get close to a potentially special someone or multiple someones. I'm thinking multiple someones. Okay, so less than a minute. BRB. Yep, see, told you. Wasn't going to be that long. Anyway, if you are still here, then you are the kind of fucking diehard I adore, and it's why you're still in my community. I love you. And we're having fun today as an award to my community for achieving a $200 fundraiser goal. The community chose a dating sim for grandma to play, and they chose Later Daters, which I have never seen nor heard of before. Oh, that's right. We do cross stream. But I'm really proud of all of my friends. All of my friends this week, Queen, who have said, no, I need to take care of myself. I need to take care of things at home. This is an important... Self-care is important to me, not just anything else. Just I need to nurture myself authentically and with care. I award that. And I really hope that if you ever need my help, I will fuck up somebody by phone on your behalf any day of the week. I will pull out Captain Scrafford. I did not say my actual name. What? Anyway. Hey, why don't we play another episode? Baba! You can't see my mouse? Drops favorite toy mouse beside your head. Oh, when Biff was a baby, he used to drop his little furry mice right next to my pillow. You brought me breakfast. Thanks, Bubba. Turns tail and walks down your body to the end of the bed. Yep, done here. Looks back as if to say, aren't you getting up? Yeah, I'm coming. Step gingerly on your sprained ankle, testing how it feels. Much better. Isn't he the cutest? Walk into the kitchenette to the coffee maker and hit the button. A few minutes later, you return for your steaming mug of coffee. What? This is just hot water. I forgot to buy coffee? But the upside to community living is having neighbors who may have coffee. What? Absolutely not. I can't believe you. And the downside to community living is there's not much privacy. Though Esther would consider that a benefit too. I bet she'd want to know all about this. Bruno is gone and he's not coming back. Maybe I should go see if Crystal's okay. What should I do? Stay out of Crystal's business. Stay out of Crystal's business. Wise decision, Cookie. Mind your own business and go to the dining hall for coffee. If Crystal wants to tell you, Cookie, oh, shrimp. If Crystal wants to tell you, she will tell you. I'm playing this first round as me. Why do we have to set up pickleball so early? You turn to see Mariana, Blair, and Jax pushing a dolly piled high with sports equipment. Oh no. It's not early. It's 8 o'clock. You watch them struggle to push the dolly through the door. This baby ain't gonna fit. That's what she said. Or I could just hang out with Mariana, Blair, and Jax. Do I want to hang out or do I want to go to the dining hall? People I know or possibly encounter people I haven't met yet? If I follow Mariana, Blair, and Jax, I have to keep doing voices. If I go to the dining hall, I might have to make up new voices. How bad do I need coffee? That's a good point, Shrimp. Do I want to go for sports or do I want to go for coffee? You come to me in the morning before coffee and offer me sports, fuck off. Unless it's a specific sport, in which case, yes. There's Esther seated at a table drinking coffee and eating pancakes. Oh, I miss pancakes. And there's Crystal walking away from the coffee machine, a full mug in hand. Time to... Do we want to... I think if we ask Crystal if she's okay, she's going to know we've overheard things. But I feel if I click mind my own business and get a coffee, I'm not playing the game. Right? The devs are here. The devs have created situations for me to get involved in. Okay, we're going to do it. We're going to ask Crystal if she's okay. Morning, Crystal. How's the coffee? Oh, it's fine. Fine? Where's that crystal enthusiasm I've come to know in the last 24 hours? Those calls must be really upsetting her. Crystal, I couldn't help but overhear bits of your phone calls last night and this morning. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not used to having neighbors on the other side of the wall. Hope I didn't wake you. Oh, good. She's not freaked out. I would be fucking freaked out. No, that's not it. It's just, you sounded upset on the phone, and I wanted to ask if you're okay. Is it family? When Josh went through his divorce, he called me constantly. Thanks for your concern, both of you. But I'm fine. Fucking Esther. Why did you have to come over? Why couldn't I just have a one-on-one with Crystal for a second? You didn't sound fine this morning. How do you know? I overheard while walking down the hall. I know I wasn't talking that loud. You weren't. So I leaned into your door to hear better. But can you blame me after you arrived with just one suitcase? Fucking Esther. Yes, I can. Look at that face. You had no right to spy on me. See? I knew she would be sensitive to that. What? Understand Esther's reasoning? Esther has no reasoning. Esther's not reasoning. Esther's a gossip. We shouldn't spy on each other. It wasn't spying. I was keeping an eye out for you because I want to be a good neighbor. Good neighbors don't stick their noses where they don't belong. Fucking men, Crystal. But if you're in trouble, I'm fine. But if you weren't, maybe we could help? I appreciate the offer, Cookie. But honestly, I don't need help. It's just... my son Dale and I are arguing about the big family reunion. Thing is, my in-laws haven't met the new me yet. They haven't seen me since my transition. I love this for you, Crystal. What transition? To living openly as a woman. Astrid, my wife, and I had planned how we'd come out to her family. Crowbatty, yes you did! Trans rights are human rights. Astrid, my wife, and I had planned we'd come out to her family. But before we could, she got sick. And now she's gone. And it's just me and my son going to the reunion. Yeah, she's a widow. And Dale, well, he and I can't agree on how to do this. If you don't want a carpool, I'd suggest taking the train. Esther. Not how we're getting there, Esther. How I'm presenting. Dale wants me to go as Mr. Myers, not Mrs. Myers. That name choice, though. Well, be curious. Why would he want that? Don't be aggressive. You do it how you want. That's yes. You be authentically you, and people with opinions can fuck off if those opinions are not invited. Why would he want that? Dale thinks I'm going through a phase. He actually said to me, just go to the reunion as Dad, and if you still want to be a woman next year, go as Crystal. Oh, people trying to force you into a previous identity in order to make themselves comfortable. Oof. How disrespectful. Oh, Esther, stand up. A phase is putting bourbon in your coffee after a divorce, not expressing your gender identity. Thanks, Esther. I appreciate that. I'm so glad we had this talk. Yeah, making you feel better has been so helpful. Now will you stop spying on me? Crystal, though. Not taking any shit. Well, I can't promise I won't go inadvertently overhear something again. Do I need to shout some kind of disclaimer before every conversation? Why is everybody from New York now? I'm not in trouble. I'm simply discussing politics with my conservative relatives. Plug your ears. Crystal, that would be helpful. I'll purchase some earplugs. These writers, right? And if you want to get involved in my life or get to know me better, join a club. I've joined all of them. That's wonderful, Crystal. I'll see you at pickleball and meditation. What about you, Cookie? Have you joined any of ye oldies social clubs? No, we gotta join a club. This is why you're fucking here. Don't come to a place of community living and be an isolated hermit. We're here. If this is where we are, well, you must absolutely sign up. You'll be missing out if you don't join. Come on, I'll show you to the sign-up sheet. As you can see, there are a plethora of options. Poetry club, pickleball club, card club, meditation club, horticultural club. Want me to give you the rundown on all of them? I really want to be sassy. If people care, they'll catch up. Yeah. Yes. When I got tired of living the lie my family needed me to live and decided to live authentically, accepting my entire history, well, there were some folks who didn't take kindly to that. let her be helpful. Let her be helpful. So, I run Pickleball Club. Pickleball is the greatest sport of our generation. So, I've been told. We play on the court outside. Mariana and Blair, unfortunately, will be there too. Yeah, I want to boost them. Wait, do I though? Blair. Mariana, yes. Blair, no. Good to know. Salema and Harun host the poetry club in their new apartment, bringing a little culture to Yoldi. And having a lyrical rock star, Jax Argo in the club is a plus. Oh, I'm losing all the accents. Any excuse to hang out with rock royalty. And Mariana runs the meditation club. That's always popular. Pretty much everyone in Yoldi attends. There's also horticultural club. Albert leads that. Well, Albert is the only member. The club is kind of unofficial. But if you like gardening, Albert will be in the greenhouse this afternoon. Oh, I do not like digging in dirt. And finally, head of the Social Engagement Committee. As head of the Social Engagement Committee, I'm obligated to inform you Blair's Card Club meets this afternoon as well. But I can't in good conscience recommend joining it. Why not? I haven't been able to prove it yet, but I'm sure Blair's Card Club is a front for illegal gambling. So, what can I put you down for? Illegal gambling. Well, not with Esther. I could do that on my own. I don't like digging in dirt. Be gambling with nickels. Nickel bags of pot. I don't want poetry club. As much as I wanted to be an English major, I was not good at it. I know I want card club, but I don't want Esther to know I want card club. I do not want pickleball or horticultural. So it's meditation. I could use some meditation. Oh, you won't be disappointed. Mariana could calm down a charging rhinoceros and then teach him to practice mindfulness. Oh, it's Mariana. See? I do care what Esther thinks because she's a gossip. And every bit of information I give her is going to be put in her machine. It's not about her opinion. It's about her machinations. Me, on the other hand, well, she does her best, but she can't perform miracles. I just gave her that laugh. I'll see you at this afternoon session. Okay. Let's do it. Welcome, Cookie. Find a mat and lie down if you prefer meditating in Savasana, also known as corpse pose. And if you'd rather be sitting, take a cushion or stool. Oh, are we gonna make sexual innuendos? Yes, we will. I enjoy being horizontal. I also enjoy being atop. Me too. I know quite a few horizontal activities we could do together, if you're interested. Tell me more. Stick around after the meditation and I'll show you. Shrimpy, you're gonna get your wish, I guess. So, we're starting soon. Better find yourself a spot. Look around the room. Oh, dang. You know what, y'all? I need to, before we look around the room, I'm going to save right here because I need a bio break. This is why I'm not allowed to dance. Okay, I'm going to give you the actual break screen. I will BRB and we will probably go for another half hour. Y'all good with that? Is everybody okay with that? Are you even out there? You're out there? Are you having fun? This game is fucking adorable. Later daters. It is just delightful. I love it so much. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for hanging out. I will make sure there are more cookies coming out, and I will be RB. I want you to pay attention to the ba-dum-bum-bum. Pay attention to that part. Okay, BRB. Hey, y'all. His lordship just popped back, so I'm going to drop him some food real quick. I will be just another moment. Okay, my darlings, I am back. We might get a cameo today. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. I don't think we need to do another welcome. Most people probably think I'm already gone. A cat meow. Oh, you're good at this. You're good at this. Oh, where's the game? Okay, so we'll just do the tiny intro. This game is interesting in the way it behaves with the Alt Tab out to OBS. I use the same computer for the game and OBS because I don't have capture cards or anything like that. And I watched somebody yesterday just have a miserable time with their capture card. So game volume is on. My volume is on. The game is up on the screen. Let's go back to the game. Look around the room. Well, I'll be. Looks like almost everyone in Yoldi is here. Esther, Crystal, Blair, Jax. And there's only one mat free over there beside Crystal. I think Crystal's going to be our new best buddy. Mind if I use this mat? Nope. Have a seat, Cookie. Jumps as her phone goes off in her pocket. Sorry, it's my phone. I'm probably supposed to turn this off. This game reminds me of Bingo Love. Ooh. I should probably play more dating sims. Yes, that's a great reminder for everyone to please turn off your phones. We're about to begin. Whispers to Crystal. Is that Dale again? Esther, what happened to keeping your nose out of my business? It is out. Not far enough. Oh, good for you, Crystal. Stand up for yourself, girl. And another gentle reminder that during meditation, there's no talking. Unless you want to get kicked out of meditation again, SD. Esther got kicked out? Mr. Toast Ghost! Hello, my love! Hello! Welcome in. Everybody say hello to Mr. Toast Ghost. Shrimpy, would you give Toast a shout out for me, please? No one was kicked out. Esther just needed to do some quiet meditation on her own. Happy Tuesday, my love. Happy Tuesday. How are you? Sir. Okay. Okay. We're going to pop back out for half a second because his lordship has decided that it's time for the cat meow. Welcome, Mr. Toast Ghost. Oh. Kitty stretch. Kitty stretch. It's your birthday. Happy birthday, my love. They say it's your birthday. Happy birthday to you. Oh, happy birthday, darling. I appreciate your company. Go celebrate. Go celebrate. We are playing a dating sim. Would you believe it? The community actually has achieved level 2 community fundraiser awards. The first one, we will play a community game, and I would love it if you and Manimal Crackers could join us. No, Grandma, no. Stop singing. We'll play either Among Us or Goose Goose Duck. And I would love to get as many players as possible to come by and participate in that. And then this is our second level community goal, where they get to choose a dating sim for me to play. And Genoa, the most wonderful mod in the world, chose later. No offense, Shrimpy. You're the understudy. Chose later daters. So I am playing a dating sim that takes place in a retirement community. And I'm trying to play to my authentic self. And we are meeting people. And my little hermit self is ridiculous. The cat is in heaven. See, this is the tummy rubs. Look at this. Long cat is long, and I don't think his digestive system exists without the tummy rubs, because he demands them. Yeah, my other kitty, Binky, couldn't stand to have her tummy touched. His lordship, that's all he wants. That's all he wants. Rub that tummy. Rub that tummy. Somebody's gonna clip that and be like, watch an old lady stroking her pussy. Oh, that's right. You got your flea drops. I don't want flea drops on my neck. Get. Love you. Do you want to go back out? Okay. Come here. Want to go back out? Such a good boy. Oh my goodness. He's so adorable. The cutest cat in the world. Okay, everybody, here we go. Let's go back to the game. Beep boop. That's right, and I found the experience quite fulfilling. Thank you, Mariana. Wait, what did I miss? Back up. I'm trying to do voices. My inner actress is getting her little workout today. I'm trying to do different voices for everyone. I hope I didn't get that flea stuff on me. I don't want flea stuff on me. My skin is not as thick as his. That's right, and I found the experience quite fulfilling. Thank you, Mariana. And I'd... Esther. Sadly, you can't say pussy in clip title. Right? Drinking Voodoo Ranger IPA? I assume you meant Ranger. Don't ask me how I know that. I'm gonna just trust you on that one, Shrimpy. I don't think Twitch... Yeah. Right? Zipping my lips now. Everyone, settle into your preferred pose for meditation. You get comfortable on your mat. Who's Matt? Did I meet Matt? And think of someone you'd like to dedicate your practice to. That's unusual. Why do we have to someone it? I'm going to dedicate today's practice to my late wife, Kim. I don't have a partner, dead or alive, to dedicate anything to? Oh gosh, what if I'm destined to die alone? Fucking just at me, game. Do I have enough time left on this planet to find love worthy of a meditation dedication? I regret this game. 5 seconds in, and I'm already derailing my own meditation. I need an adult. Stop fretting, Cookie, and pay attention to Mariana. Yes, Mariana is very comforting. We're going to start with a very simple breathing exercise called breathing boxes. That's called queefing, dear. No, that's farting boxes. Okay, never mind. It's great for relaxing or breathing through stress and anxiety. Yeah, I heard the beep boop. Breathe in for 10 seconds. 2, 3, 4. The sound of a dozen deep inhales fills the room. I'm very sound oriented. That might actually take me out of meditation to be with other people. Now, hold that breath for 8 seconds. And out for 8 seconds. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I wonder when I start feeling relaxed. Jax? Hey, man, it's time to breathe out. Jax? No. Jax, he's not breathing. Everyone gasps and looks over at Jax's still form. The fuck game. Jax rushes to Jax's side. It's almost 4 o'clock. We can't have drama now. Milk and cookies to you too, my darling. I will check Discord after. And puts her fingers on his neck to check for a pulse. Hey! He sits up and puts a small device back in his ear. A hearing aid. What's going on? The whole room breathes a collective sigh of relief, as do I. Jax is I love Jax. Jax is my favorite right now. I thought you kicked the bucket. You weren't breathing and you didn't answer me. Sorry, King. Can't hear much without my hearing aid anymore. But you weren't breathing. I was. Just very slow. Is that Rockstar thing? Tantric breathing or something? Tantric breathing is actually fast. But tantric sex isn't. I see where Blue Eyes is going with this. No, I don't want to hear more about Rockstar sex breathing. Because you're not the rock star and you're the one talking about it and he's not. Can we get back to meditating? Okay, you Randy bunch. Back to your mats. I dated a guy named Randy. Oh, thank you, Toast Ghost. I'm trying to keep the most... By the time we get back to this game in episode 2, I'll have forgotten everybody. Dated a guy named Randy before. No one more aptly named. And why people in the UK do not name anyone Randy. Let's move on to a guided meditation. Picture the place where you are happiest. Could be a room, could be an entire city. My house in the country. Picture yourself sitting in the middle of it all. You are calm, quiet scent. Everything is happening around you, all the noise and chaos, but not at your center. Yes, I'm in my studio with the warm summer breeze blowing the curtains, and the distant sound of cicadas and the smell of drying paint. The paint being that she was an artist. Cookie, wake up. You open your eyes and see Mariana looking down on you. This could be fun. Mariana, what happened? Not am I dead. Not am I dead. Did I pass out? You simply fell asleep during meditation. You must have needed some Z's. Sorry if I kept you up too late last night. Wink. No, we're not. Are we flirting with Mariana already? Are we flirting with Mariana now? I could stay up all night with you. Let's do it. A pained expression crosses Mary. Oh, you fucked up. You fucked up. Oh, no, I haven't flirted in 30 years. That was probably tacky. You're going to admit it was flirting and not just that she was such engaging company you enjoyed that? Debs, we could have taken a slightly different tack on that. She could have excused herself better. But we knew we were flirting. It was tacky. Think, Cookie. Say something smart and not creepy. Okay, this is not my strong suit, y'all. Sorry, I came on a little strong. I must still be dream delirious. Not that you were in my dream, Mariana. ... Fucking ... Cookie? That didn't help. Can I go back into Savasana until next year? Cookie, it's not you at all. I feel a bit nervous to say this, but it's been 11 months since Kim died, and I think I'm fine. But then the oddest thing reminds me of her. I get it. When I was in my late 30s, my best friend died. It's been 40 years, and now I like the memory flashes. He adored the song Lovers in a Dangerous Time, and when I hear it on the radio, I turn it up and think of us singing our hearts out together. Mandy Sam, hello? Welcome in. Mystery Owl. Mystery Owl? 97, welcome in. Thank you for following the channel. I appreciate all comers. We have a bit of a somber moment here, so we're respectful. Those are nice memories. And yours aren't? ... I'm sorry. I shouldn't pry. It's okay. Kim and I had good times and bad times, like all couples. I miss her all the same. Still, living in the past isn't healthy. Kim would have wanted me to move on and keep enjoying my life. And I enjoy spending time with you, so... Want me to show you some other poses we can do on these mats together? Mandy says, I just realized you were reading this. It really sounds like it was part of the game. Oh, that's so kind of you. Very kind. Thank you so much. Welcome in, welcome in. We are playing Later Daters. You have found Grandma Plays a Game. And we're just trying to navigate our way through my experience last year when I did online dating. And it was everything one should expect from online dating. I am so happy for all of those couples who have success in that experience. I was not one of them and probably will never be one of them. So we're out here in the ye old retirement community, making connections with other people. I'm not sure if Mariana is as okay with this as she's trying to be. So we're navigating some psychology. I feel in a lot of ways like this is a bit of a card game. And it's close to a year since she passed. Traumaversaries make it harder, especially after the first year. And that's the thing, Crowbatty. What I found, my father met my stepmother. We say met because a lot of us still aren't entirely sure when they met. 4 months after my mother died, and married her 11 months after my mother died. So like my senior year of high school, January, my senior year of high school, my mother died. April, my father met my stepmother. May, I went to prom, and when my friends, we went as a group, there were like 6 of us. Jinxie's here too. Hey, Chaotic Jinxie. Happy day after your birthday to you. Today is Mr. Toast Ghost's birthday. Happy birthday to you. Meow. I'm going to sing like a cat. Meow. I used to do that. I would call my dad on his birthday and sing like a cat. Anyway, my friends took me back to my house, and I'd forgotten my house key, so I couldn't get in. So thankfully, I remembered where my future stepmother's house was because I'd been there once. And oh, too many exclamation points, Shrimpy. And they had to drive me to my dad's girlfriend's house at 3:00 in the morning to retrieve my dad so I could get my house key. That was embarrassing because they all had been with me through the loss of my mother over the previous like year and a half or so. And that was so the amount of time it takes somebody to recover from spousal loss can vary. Your mileage may vary. Hey, there it is. There it is. That whole first year, yeah, because by the time I left by June, I left. I wasn't even going to go to my high school graduation, but I got peer pressured, not peer pressured. I got vice principal pressured into doing it. And then moved away in June, started college in September, late August, early September. Moved into college all by myself when that had been a huge celebration for everybody in my entire family. We're going to trauma dump for half a second. In September, and November, like a week and a half, 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, my dad and stepmother got married. I did not go home for Thanksgiving. I did go home for Christmas to my childhood home where I grew up, which was vacant. Everything was still there, but it was like a little museum. And then had to spend that first Christmas without my mother at my stepmother's house. So, yeah. How to add insult to injury. Anyway, I'm not sure if Mariana is okay with this as she's trying to be. Mariana just lost her wife. She had a husband and then had a wife, and her wife passed away 11 months ago, also because I don't get along with my stepmother at all, and not just because she's a stepmother, but because she is Blanche from the Golden Girls. But then again, I've only known Mariana one day, so what do I know? And anybody who's been here for any length of time, me and Blanche, not buddies. I'm a little bit, I'd like to think I'm a little bit more Rose than Blanche. Maybe she really is ready for romance. Hang out, hang back a little. What should I do? Keep things. Oh, why did you have to say friend zone? That's such a phallocentric term. Don't follow her romantic lead. It wasn't a romantic lead. It was kind. It was a kind response to what you said. I think this is the moment where you pull back a little and recognize that she's still processing trauma. Right? My grandma's stepmom was the typical stepmom to her and her. Yeah, my stepsisters are a special breed of cat. Actually, Mariana, I'm not quite ready for this. Don't be a tease, though. Don't be a tease. You explored a territory moment and realized that there were still rocks in the soil. Oh, okay. You get up from the mat. Thank you for a great class? Of course. I am so glad you've joined Meditation Club. Yeah, see, I'll be back. Yeah, she knows you're interested. Well, you say there's plenty of time, but you do see where we are. There may not actually be plenty of time. Shrimp Army Games, I promise you this right now, that we will make a future playthrough of this where I go full risky biscuit with everybody. Okay? I will be the hoe of ye olde. Just for you. Because I think it would be fun. Me too. See you around. Oh, you just made it more awkward. So, Bubba, an afternoon spent getting to know my neighbors turned out to be... I don't know, it was a lot of fun. I may like living here after all. Hey, Bubba! That's my cat, Jinxie. Anyone can die at any... Right? Oh my gosh, when Jeff Robinson died, he was part of Evil Genius. That hit. That man was like in his early 30s and had an embolism. A lung embolism. It's just like, poof, gone. I feel like the game devs fumbled those response options. Yeah, I feel like they could give me more gracious escapes. But I also think that's why I tend to be more cautious. Jinxie, those hearts, I see them going. I think that's why I get more cautious in the choices I'm making. If I thought Bella could deal with a cat, I'd adopt one. Oh, all the animals you showed yesterday. That shelter is doing amazing. Jinxie featured a fundraiser for a shelter. God, if I had any money, babe. just we're at the last pennies. Jinxie featured a shelter that helps people who are transitioning housing, transitioning life experiences to have temporary residency for their pets. Your Facebook share. Do you want to give Shrimp Army the link, and if anybody in our community is available to provide any donation at all, it goes back to the folks I remember in Colorado that we used to donate furniture to, who were doing transitional housing for women who were trying to come out of shelters and get jobs. And they needed this housing situation where they could just exist and have an address so that they could get that first 6 months down in a new job and then try to get the ball rolling. Yes, $78. They are taking care of people who are in that circumstance, who are unable to care for their pets for whatever reason. And I just think that is an amazing ministry. I love it. Domestic violence survivors, that's one of the hardest things, getting out. You know, and why should you have to abandon your pets just because your spouse abused you? Damn. So, yeah, if you get Jinxie, if you want to drop that link in Whispers to Shrimp Army or however, put it in the Discord. Shit, put that in the Discord. Yes. We need to do better on domestic violence. I will say this out loud and very clearly that the link to the shelters, to your fundraiser, whatever your fundraiser link is, that a big hitch in creating satisfactory legislation surrounding gun ownership, which I support. Go ahead. You should be issued a handgun when you register to vote and given a box of ammo every year after that if you choose. However, having served in the military, I will say there should be a distinction between civilian weapons and military weapons, and that the reason they cannot pass legislation that punishes domestic violence abusers as regards their ability to handle weapons in the future is it would affect too many law enforcement and military members. So if you can imagine that you have law enforcement and military members who would no longer be able to handle weapons because they have domestic violence charges against them, maybe we're not dealing with domestic violence at the level we should be dealing with it. I'm kind of sick and tired of guys forgiving guys for their outbursts and 20 minutes of pleasure. Violence is violence, and violence against women is not the most important thing we need to address, racism, but violence against women certainly needs to be next on the list. Oh, thank you, Jinxie. Yes. Thank you, Mandy Sum. I appreciate that. And people here don't need to agree with me. You don't. But if we're going to have conversations and other things like that, we'll do that in the Discord and not in the chat. Bubba says, meow, scampers to the door as papers are slipped under it into your apartment. It's after 4. You know I'm not allowed to stream more than 4 hours. Okay, off you get. Let me see. Uh-oh. Seniors discount Sundays at the Duke's Whiskers. Free first haircut at Yoldi's Salon. And what do we have here? You pick up the envelope and open it. Mandy says, I think they should be vetted really well before owning guns. I think you should qualify every year. You know, like in order to keep your license, you have to go back and prove that you're actually capable of driving a car. I think people who aren't qualified to be proficient with a weapon should not be in possession of that weapon. Period. Dot. End of paragraph. Cookie, here's some chamomile tea to help you sleep tonight. XOXO Mariana. TG says hi, Grandma. Hi, TG. Good kitty. Noogies. That's so thoughtful. Okay, so we have like one heart with Mariana. You hear a siren approaching. It stops outside the Ye Olde building. Drama, not at 4:08 in the afternoon. Not drama. What's going on? Poke your head out of your apartment as paramedics burst in with a stretcher. Hold your breath as they pass doors of residents you know. Crystal, Esther, Albert, Mariana, Blair, Jax. People emerge from their apartments as the paramedics race into the dining hall. What's happening? Clearly, someone's had a medical emergency. Where's Blair? He's playing poker in the dining hall. Everybody turns to look at the dining hall door that the paramedics just went through. Mandy, everyone is entitled to their own opinions and beliefs. Yes, but they are all defended quite differently. And people who defend from a point of indoctrination versus a point of education will never have any hope of having educated discourse with me. Oh no, Blair. She runs into the dining hall and everyone else follows. Blair! That's everybody right there. I'm here, Mariana. Then who? Clear the way, please. Everyone steps back as the paramedics race by with their patient on the stretcher. Oh no, it's John. What happened? He just keeled over. Oh God, Vera, I don't know what you sound like. Heart attack, we think. But John seemed completely fine and healthy during the poker game. Sure did. And he had no pre-existing medical conditions on his file. As the sirens fade into the distance, everyone falls silent for a moment. Then, I'll notify John's next of kin. They're discussing a bill right now. Yeah, they are. And I think that's one of the reasons they're not able to pass the bill the way they want to pass it, is because domestic violence disputes are generally considered a red flag and should be considered a red flag to anyone owning a weapon of murder. Yeah, I feel people get offended too easy nowadays, but I believe you can respect people's opinions and beliefs without agreeing. It does. I do feel that makes sense, Mandy, at a lot of levels. But again, if you are coming from a position of indoctrination where your entire argument is talking points that you have been spoon-fed versus positions that you have become educated on, and I'm not talking about Google and YouTube and Vox boxes out there. If you can, in a discussion, posit the other side. I spent enough time in debate arguing positions I did not believe in to understand what it means to understand the other side of an argument without changing your opinion about what you're arguing. I find it disingenuous for people to engage in discussion without understanding from the beginning that they have something to learn in it. I don't really have opinions about the Johnny Depp trial. Domestic violence in every form is bad. Tony says, I don't think people get offended too easy. It's basically that marginalized groups used to have to take abuse in silence and no longer have to be quiet about it. Bing. People were always offended. The rest of the world just didn't care to listen. In so many ways, I agree with that. There's a spectrum. If someone's beliefs are actively against someone existing non-harmfully, Oh, Crow Batty, thank you. I'm going to say that again. There's a spectrum. If someone's beliefs are actively against someone existing non-harmfully, that's inherently disrespectful. Bing! Y'all read that until you get it. I understand what you mean, and I agree. Thank you, Mandy. My younger brother and I got in an argument because he believed propaganda. And when people argue with me, they fail to realize that I have the ability to look at both sides without bias. Bing! Yup. Phone Tony. But Mandy, while I followed the Johnny Depp trial and while I have my own personal opinions about that, in the grand global scheme of things, I think you have two people who were willing to be shitty to each other, and it got into a celebrity legal space that got a lot of people invested in stuff that does not fucking matter to them. Women abuse men, absolutely, and should be held accountable. But I'm going to let the justice system handle all of that without my input. People should stop being shitty to people. Stop it. First, do no harm. And that said, let me say very clearly my position on gun ownership and registration and proficiency. If you pick up a loaded weapon, because I was a school teacher for 10 years after I was in the military for 7, and why, if I were teaching today, I would absolutely refuse a gun in my classroom. If you pick up a loaded weapon with the intent of firing it at another being, you intend to kill. You're not going to shoot the knees. You intend to mortally wound that other person, because if you have already gone to the point where you have picked up a loaded weapon to address the aggression being presented to you or the people around you, then you sure as shit need that person down. Everybody knows that who has ever had weapons training, ever. If you are not prepared to kill, do not pick up a loaded weapon. That is not something I ever want children in my care to see me capable of doing. Ever. Everything adults do in the presence of children is modeling. They don't do what we say, they do what we do. Which is how they get so good at being little assholes. Never, ever in my life teaching children do I need to see them observe me taking that action. We have professionally trained people who are meant to deal with those situations, train their entire lives, have as their vocation to deal with those situations. How fucking dare you put it on me? How fucking dare you? I was in a branch, Mandy. I'll contact the hospital. I'll clear his internet. Blair is the real bro here. Blair is the real bro. I'll clear his internet history. What? I'd hope you all do the same for me. We would. Jax knows. Everyone goes their separate ways, leaving you standing alone, shell-shocked. Kind of like chat right now. Children are crazy now because of what they see their parents do. Children learn what they see modeled in their homes, period. Yeah, they'll see a lot of stuff on the internet, but at the end of the day, the behaviors that they will take on, unless you intentionally engage in education that teaches you a different way of doing a thing, you will do a thing in the way you were taught, and you will teach that thing in the way you were taught. Cookie? Yeah. That you owe me for ruining my lucky deck. Seriously? He's come to collect at a time like this? Don't worry about it. We're good. Oh, I don't want any guns in a classroom with my black child. Amen. Also, I also know as a teacher, if they know there's something they're not allowed to touch, they will find a way to get it. They will find a way. There's absolutely no way, even with a locked container. And Shrimpy will tell you, the channel you follow, there is no locked container that is childproof. They will go to YouTube, they will look up the video of how to defeat that container, and they will defeat it. And they will play with the thing that is forbidden. Because child. Young primate. That's what they fucking do. Okay, y'all got me after 4 o'clock, and this is after 4 o'clock, Grandma. I work for a school district. I can guarantee you that the majority of teachers do not want a gun in their classroom. No. Exactly. Yep, although I have heard advocates call it situational couple violence. Words matter, people, rather than mutual abuse, because mutual abuse is a term that has been co-opted in situations where a victim may fight back to survive. So yes, two toxic people can act abusively toward each other, but using more clear terminology helps eliminate potential misuse of terms. Yes. Guns shouldn't be in school, period. I agree. There should not be police carrying guns in schools. There should not be police in schools. This is how little we care about actual children. That we will allow an environment to exist where we feel police should be in schools. I mean, okay, I graduated with a BSED in 1989 and would not go into Philadelphia public schools because kids were throwing textbooks at teachers' heads. It was already unsafe for teachers. Kids will learn to pick a lock at a heartbeat. Yeah, they would do it back before there was a YouTube with free tutorials. Bing! Basically, the issue is the legal system and the police equating mutual abuse to say someone who slaps their physically abusive partner as they run away. Well, because if they allow domestic violence to become a qualification for weapons handling, then a lot of cops won't be allowed to have weapons and would be potentially no longer employed. I love how they're just spouting arm all teachers, right? You don't trust us to pick curriculum. Jesus. But maybe ask the goddamn teachers about it because y'all don't even talk to them first. Nope. No, it's all because the more people who are armed, the more people will fund police, and the more police there are, the more black communities will get border collied and traffic violations and taught how to stay in their lane. Haven't finished my coffee yet. Oh my God. It's okay, baby. It's okay, Jinxie. I did not expect to go into this today, y'all. I'm unprepared, but I'm speaking honestly, so that's what you get when you're here. Honest Grandma. When I went to school, we didn't have to worry about stuff like that. You might have had a fight break out every now. I remember two girls getting in a fight, and one of them had like a baton, and the teacher who got in the middle of it. Oh, Jenwa, you're still here. Hey, baby. I love you. I hope you're getting good rest. The teacher who got in the middle of it had blood spatter all over his shirt, and that was shocking to us. These kids right here covering themselves in blood and hiding over the corpse of a the dying body of a beloved schoolmate in order to avoid being murdered is all the no. I remember in high school 30 years ago and watched a teacher hit one of my friends. What? I definitely do not want a gun in any class. Yeah, teachers are not all qualified to carry guns. Domestic violence. I mean, and I can barely even hope for domestic violence to become punishable because they won't punish rape. So how does domestic violence even have a hope of meeting some legal criteria when they won't even punish actual rape? Top 2 occupations with highest abuse rates: nurses and police. Nurses, that's wow. If I had kids, I don't think I would let them go to school now. I'd probably homeschool. It's really scary for kids nowadays. I don't know what the answer is. I really don't. I know that the way we have structured schooling, and I won't get into that whole thing. Okay, chat. We'll go back to the game and close out the day. But I can understand why, when a lot of people are calling for additional armed presence around schools now because of incidents like this, that when I see the tweet from the man who says, you know, wow, we have school shooters and police at school, and I'm a black father of black children. This is worse. My wife just started talking to me about potential homeschooling. Dude, maybe that'll be my next career. I was a teacher. Our school was effectively a community co-op homeschool environment. It was Montessori based. We had 1st through 4th grade in one room, 5th through 8th grade in another room. I designed and executed all of my own original curriculum. The children were independently paced. Kids have already done online schooling. Maybe this is the evolution of schooling. If you can do online schooling with somebody 10 miles away from you, you can do online schooling with a teacher in India. I wouldn't. My ex-husband and I had planned for homeschooling 20 years ago. It's so... Look, I didn't have my own kids. I'll take yours 6 or 8 hours a day, no problem. Well, some problems. Kids annoy me. But I didn't have to go home with them. They didn't live in my house. They didn't wake me up in the middle of the night. They didn't inconvenience me in my nest. They inconvenienced me in the controlled environment in which we existed, and I had so much fun with them. And I would like to believe that the majority of my students still think fondly of me. I do still hear that back from them. But as a parent homeschooling your own child, that is a special level of struggle that I don't really wish on anybody. Yeah, Shrimp Army Games, you were homeschooled. You were homeschooled by an amazing human being, though, who was able to navigate all of that. But yeah, I mean, I want video game high school. Y'all know Rocket Jump, video game high school? Granny, we done got you away from your game. Sorry. No, Mandy, it's okay. It's okay, because we'll go back to the game and then we'll close up shop for the day, because I really need to make something to eat. Every kid did homeschooling during lockdown, which showed parents kids could do it. It stressed out a lot of people, but it also showed parents that schools could do it. Right? If I just wanted to play games, I wouldn't have a camera on and I wouldn't engage with chat. And this game is going to carry on. We'll keep doing iterations of this game. It's kind of like all of the people who got to work from home and went, oh, my company was capable of functioning like this all along. They just didn't want to. They wanted the control. Do I play The Sims? I do not. I do not. I got into SimCity and played SimCity 3000, but I'm also an engineer-brained individual who has an engineer father and an engineer oldest brother. Um, it stressed out parents because parents didn't want to be bothered with their own kids. A lot of parents actually don't want to be bothered with their own kids. And another reason why we need to address partnered intimacy and reproductive rights. A lot of people have children who are unprepared to be parents. They have children because enculturation. I love watching some people play The Sims, like Crown Her Queen. And I'm So Psyched, who does build reviews. I love watching the creativity that goes into the world building for people who understand the mechanics of The Sims. But I was never good at that type of gameplay. I like puzzles. Give me puzzles to solve and RPG. Our district now has a second virtual learning program. Awesome. If y'all don't know Rocket Jump and Video Game High School, go look at that. That's my dream, to teach children through video games. And not creating video games to be educational, but taking video games that they're already playing and extrapolating the learning that they've already gained from playing that game. You know exactly how much effort you need to put in to this thing to get that skill set, to get that armor, to gain that weapon, where you need to go, how much resources. And we do not, as educators, capitalize on all of that logistical awareness in concrete ways. And that's dumb. Do you know how many hours they will spend on that video game trying to get that level achievement? And if we could just create mastery level education versus you're 4, you go here, you're 5, you go there, you're 6, you go here. Mastery level education, game devs should be crafting curriculum. Y'all got me on a damn rant. Why? Mandy Sum, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. I will be really crushed if somebody is restreaming this to make stupid content out of it. No, schools can do it. Oh, wait, back up. Because parents don't want to be bothered with their own kids. Yes, a lot of parents do not enjoy spending all the time with their own kids. They like the time that they have with them, and that's fine. That's not bad parenting. That's just understanding your limits. My kids didn't do much, if any, school during the lockdown. No schools can do it. No, schools can't do it. My sister pulled her kids out of school because the whole online program the school was running was just awful. Disabled people, we always knew it was possible to work remote. Yes. Parents work, many don't have time. And they don't have time because we have enculturated a work culture that does not work for families. If families were so important, our work culture wouldn't be the way it is. What the lockdown showed is that schools aren't funded anywhere near enough. Correct. Reagan created the Department of Education and then abandoned everything. I had seen you in the Sims stream. That is how I found you. Oh, Mandy, thank you. Yes, I do go to a Crown Her Queen, who used to be Queen Sims World, and I have been in I'm So Psyched, who all people I adore. I'm happy. I'm always paranoid when people come in because we've had some bad actors. So, I should probably just leave the hydrate thing in there and just let chat know. Nobody in chat ever redeem hydrate. So that the only people who redeem it are those stupid fuckboys. Not all schools could handle it. Absolutely. Worked for a very large district and we handled it. That's not to say there weren't issues, though. Well, in Arizona, infrastructure probably better suited than a lot of places in Washington as far as schooling goes. Phone Tony says real life is hard enough. Why would I want another life to stress about fixing? Sims. Yes, The Sims is not for me. Yeah, I couldn't even play Stardew Valley, Phone Tony. Especially because as a hermit introvert, I was ignoring the entirety of the social interaction. And I'd watched people play it before me, and I'm like, nah, go fuck off, people. I just want to, just let me farm. Go away. I seen you in Psych's channel. She gave you a shout out. Psych is an awesome human being. Psych, I loved watching, I don't think Coldberg is still here, but I am going to do a shout out for Coldberg 9, who is doing interviews with up and coming folks who are carving out their territory in the Twitch streamer universe, who are creating communities and building up all the kind of vibes that I want my community to have. So thank you, Mandy Sims, for coming in. Mandy Sum for coming in here and sharing yourself with our community. Trust me, I did everything I humanly could to get them to do their work. Yeah. You can't, though. I assume you're talking about teaching, Genoa. That's why I just remodel and build houses. Yeah, see, that's what I'm so psyched. Jinxie, if you don't follow I'm so psyched, I always forget how to spell it. Search it. You'll find I'm so P-S-Y-C-H-E-D. I'm so P-S-Y-C-H-E-D. That's their big deal, is reviewing things for people who are doing builds. The social stuff, I'm like, who needs it? The one time I owned The Sims, they would die from loneliness, damn near. See, yeah, that's why I liked doing SimCity, because when the little houses went brown, I had no personal attachment to it. It was just like, they moved. Hey, Chaotic Jinxie, I have a challenge for you. I know it may be difficult. Build an ADA accessible Sims house. Oh, Shrimpy. Shrimpy. We want to create a challenge. We want somebody who plays Sims to do a challenge where everybody builds ADA compliant Sims homes. That's why I just play Defense Grid to build towers and shoot aliens. Could do that as a stream one day. I'm so psyched. Yeah. And there's some capitalizations in there for the I, the O, the P, the H, and the D. I, O, P, H, and D are all capitalized. Yeah, Shrimpy Crowbatty sounds like you two might have some commonalities. You can do a wide variety of stuff. I know there probably isn't a lot of sim content, especially... Well, and there should be, though. Disability awareness is one of the least recognized awarenesses. Right? I mean, Shrimpy, that's March, isn't it? So Women's History Month and Disability Awareness Month. And you know who gets the preferences. I'm in grad school right now to become a librarian. Librarians are my favorite people. No wonder I love having you here. My goal is to potentially help create the first actually accessible library because currently it doesn't exist. Ooh. I do wish they would give us Sims with disabilities because I have a husband that is paralyzed. Mandy. Let's get this going, y'all. All you Simmers out there. Get I'm So Psyched on board with this. I have absolutely no doubt that I'm So Psyched would be completely happy to spearhead an effort. Spinal Cord Awareness Month. And a lot of disability, however, is not injury based and is developmental. But I'm moving it to July as the ADA was signed into law on July 26th. Absolutely. So Shrimp Army Games is also a streamer. And I'll shout you out, my friendo. There you go. Shrimp Army Games has been playing the most adorable game, Cat Quest, and has developed a game called Cat Karma. Yeah, no, it's all good, babe. It's all good. You fine. You fine, baby. Genoa doesn't mind. So, yeah, I think it would be really cool for the Sims community and the disability community to join forces and make good things happen for disability awareness. And especially because there are lots of people in the disability community who are also in the pride community. So no better time than the present. Abled people think mobility aids are bad, but they're wonderful. I'll spare y'all my long essay on disability as community and culture utilizing the human rights model of disability. Oh, hey, let's get the Discord link in here, and why don't we I'll add a channel in there. We can make it a Sims and disability awareness. I don't know what we'll call it. I don't know what it is. My husband got paralyzed September 3rd, and September is spinal. Wow. Holy shit, y'all. Add it to my idea list. We got to get your dad up here to help us make sure you can get into our home. Yes. I've done a lot of tweets to the Sims. Okay. So I would love to have a space in my Discord. Pardon me. Shrimpy, if you just want to link your Discord, that might be a channel that would be better served in your Discord. Feel free to do that. I don't know. Would I like you to place the link for the fundraiser? Put the fundraiser, if you're linking the shelter, put the fundraiser link in, do I have the community goals? Put it in community goals for June fundraisers. And then, so anybody, if you want to see June fundraiser links, we can start creating something. Yeah, Shrimp, why don't you let me pass this over to your channel, because you can represent this better than I can. And as much as I love being an advocate and an ally and being willing to be a voice for marginalized communities, and anybody who ever did document formatting will understand when I say that there are only so many people in the margins because there are just a few people in the center claiming that they're justified. That's why the margins are so fucking huge. But the truth is, in my privilege, here in my, do it everywhere. Post it everywhere. Tweet me. Great. Set it up. Make it happen. The best thing that I can do as an advocate and as an ally is, if I have the opportunity to have a microphone in my hand, is to pass it off to the person who has the lived experience of being marginalized. If he hadn't gotten hurt, Christopher Reeves, I don't think it would have gotten the recognition it deserved. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. Okay, there you guys go. So all of you simmers, all of you who are disability allies, that's Shrimp Army Games Discord. Still, Shrimp Army Games just started. It is fresher to streaming than I am, and I'm only 6 months old. So Shrimp Army Games is also trying to build a community around games development and disability awareness and all the other things. Shrimp, I will let you talk to your own community about that, but let's share our community with Shrimpy. And yes, Christopher Reeve's situation really did. I mean, it goes to those moments of celebrity. When it happens to a celebrity, when a male celebrity suffers domestic abuse from a female partner, everybody pays attention. When a white male celebrity has an accident riding and is paralyzed and ends up being, everybody pays attention. I don't have any more soapboxes. I'm here. I'm officially getting down from the soapbox. It's almost 5 o'clock. We're gonna finish this scene, whatever this scene is, and then I'm gonna go make dinner. And I'm gonna thank everybody who has been here.
Please save the game.
Yes, I am about to do that very thing. See, that's the point. You catch Grandma after 3 o'clock. Did anybody... That it has to happen to a white male celebrity is even worse. I know how to copy paste. Freaking old school. I remember C:\\\. Anyway, thank you everyone for hanging out through that. If you did, if you didn't, it's okay. I forgive you. I still love you. You're still part of Grandma's place. Our community does not have a name. I don't know that you're ready to name yourselves yet. I want to give you some more time to discover your identity and who we are. We're still growing. We're still learning. So let's close out today. And thank you for allowing me to say what I have to say in peace. I don't mind being challenged by intelligent discourse. I absolutely resent being challenged by propaganda talking points. I can say propaganda talking points because I have all my teeth. Okay. Christopher Reeves he did. Yes. Yes, prior to his passing. He did pass. I'm fairly certain. Oh, thank you. Mandy, welcome in. Welcome in. And please do let your Sims community friends know what we're doing over on Shrimpy's Place as far as raising awareness for disability and creating... I mean, the Sims 4 folks have been struggling trying to get the developers to respond to things. Absolutely, Shrimp Army Games. Absolutely. Oh, his son has continued it. That's very nice. I would prefer to use games to bring a platform for me to exercise my passions. And my passions are education and raising awareness for marginalized communities, no matter who they are. So the game is secondary to our discourse. Okay. Don't worry about it. We're good. There you go. That's for all of you. Don't worry about it. We're good. Really? Why? 'Cause life's too short. ... Okay, good. That's perfect. Perfect. Okay, we have our beautiful music. And that was not just a spotlight, Shrimp Army. That was a I hereby knight you to take this on. Drama Grandma. Okay, so we had tea with Mariana. We went to Mariana's meditation. We have a note from Mariana. Oh, you couldn't find the soundtrack anywhere. It's okay, Shrimp Army. Here's the thing. You don't have to do everything yourself. You just open the space where people come in and feel comfortable engaging with it, and they will take it on. You just got to be the brave sheep at the front of the flock. Okay, so this is all week 1. We're on day 2. Thank you, everyone. I'm not rating out today. I don't think I even have remotely the energy to take that on. I'm gonna look anyway. Just in case I have a special... I'm So Psyched is actually on right now.
Later daters. Later daters. Later daters. La 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 la.
Okay.
Doesn't matter how old you get. You want a little action 'cause you're not dead yet. Later
I need to leave this music running for a second. Psyched is on. Let me just drop in real quick and see how long they've only been on for an hour. And they're taking a poll for which game to play: Little Nightmares, Outlast, or Devour. All right, we're going. Oh, crap. Here we go. Yeah, me too, Jinxie. Here we go. Raid and raid sub. I love you. Have a fabulous rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. And please remember, be your best lover. Not just sexually, but yes, also sexually. Okay, there it is. Goldberg, my love, have a good evening yourself, sir. Thank you. I need to copy a raid message before there's so much work to do. Madre de Dios. Thank you, Jinxie. By the way, Jinxie came up with the raid messages for us, y'all. Thank you, Jinxie, for that. You are the MVP. Okay, let me do my work. I love you. Bye.